And act like I don't know nobody.
My plan is to blow.
Hello! Welcome to Gildstone Gazette's premiere stream of the Rubian Strife.
Oh, my dice.
This is the main.
Your dice.
So, we've never been live like this before. We are a D&D channel on both Twitch and YouTube, and we are very excited to be streaming to the internet. We are all experienced D&D players, and what are you doing? Sorry, I've got people monitoring the stream.
He's doing his job.
How am I coming through, Aiden?
Coming through good.
Okay. So
I just took the headphones off because I was just checking.
awesome. What are you doing? Shut up. So let's go around and introduce ourselves. Not our characters, just us. So.
Hi, I am Kit.
Nice.
Oh my god.
Hi, I am Colton.
Hello, I'm Aiden.
Hi, I'm Jacob.
Hi, I'm Lilli.
Hi, I'm Cade, veteran D&D player of 1 year.
Hi, Kate.
Hi, Kate.
Someone get this man.
Hi.
Someone get this man a gold star.
And a
Just right on his forehead. I was thinking the same. I don't really. We don't have sponsors yet. We're looking for them. So there's not really much to talk about. So, without further ado, let's get into the first episode of the Rubian Strife.
Skies over Roshador today. Perfect weather for the festival of the
Fighting has broken out across the Mercantile following the assassination of nearly every family leader of the Rubian houses.
What remains of High Command have enacted General Order 13, calling all Mercantile forces to return to Rubia immediately.
A new force has dismantled the Rubian Senate and claimed control of Roshador. They call themselves the Capital Combine.
For too long we have forsaken our identity. We claim Rubia in the name of the new Rubian Order!
The Commoners' Republic calls for a truce. Let independence stand. Let peace stand.
Retreat!
1 million Combine Legionnaires have fallen before Skerryvolt.
The death toll stands at over 12 million.
Just want to know where my boys are.
Haven't heard from him since the start.
I'd like to see those tailends try and take the 3 gates. We'll cut them up and feed them to the sharks.
I need to find my company. They're all dead!
Water Scott is in flames!
I just want to go
People
home.
are all jumping in the canal!
I think this might be the end of it. Nothing's going to survive this.
Corner is what? The orders breach the gate. Then... Where's my brother? God! Stop! Let this stop!
To Rubian supremacy.
Our scene is set in the mountainous passes and sprawling lowlands of Rubia, an ancient continent where blue peaks slope down to meet golden shores. It was once the seat of power across all lands and seas, under the formidable banner of the Rubian mercantile. For 3,000 years, the home continent prospered from the profound innovation of the Rubian people, and the equally profound exploitation of those deemed beneath the common order. The mercantile saw grand cities erected, industry spurred by corporate interests, and the borders of the commercial empire broadened to distant coasts by gold and sword. No matter how rich they grew, nor how far their blue eagle flew over the horizon, the noble families of Rubia were never satisfied. As greed exacerbated their already egregious abuses of the lands they'd conquered, the Rubians found themselves engaged in warfare with native rebellions across the colonies. Despite their fight, no one ever truly believed the mercantile could be toppled. For the Rubian Legion commanded tens of millions. The sails of the Roxmarine blotted out the sun, and the greatest minds of Rubia devised engines of war that their opponents could never hope to construct. The Rubians were conquerors of endless might. However, at the height of the colonial conflict, from the Crate Desert to the Aegean Isles, the mercantile was stretched thin. Nevertheless, in an expression of their hubris, the noble families gathered in the Rubian colony of Talamar, where, realizing the opportunity, Aegean rebels struck with ferocity, severing the opulent head from the Blue Eagle's shoulders. Nearly all the nobility and the colonial leadership perished as Viceroy's tower fell. Word spread fast, anger and despair took hold, and chaos ensued across the world. Soon the forces of the mercantile were recalled back to Rubia by what was left of the High Command in a futile attempt to salvage what was left. Not all obeyed the order. In one stroke, millions were freed from under the heel of the mercantile. Independences were declared throughout the colonies and at home. For the first time in thousands of years, the dream of the eternal mercantile was in doubt. The people of Rubia realized that they did not have to accept the order they were born into. Rich and common, Rochadori and Roan, slave and free. They all saw that they could forge their own way. But what they came to understand was they did not share the same vision. Upon the northwestern peninsula of Rubia, and the capital city of Rochador, the commanders of the Rubian Legion and the Roxmarine, the Rubian Navy, used the remaining mercantile forces to seize the metropolis and its 20 million inhabitants under the banner of a new legionary and naval alliance they dubbed the Capital Combine. Under the martial law of this regime, the mission statement of Combine High Command was clear: to preserve the Rubian way of life in the capital, as they recalled it. A life of consumption and plenty by any means necessary. In that mission, Combine Legionnaires marched south to secure the industrial center of Mortisgard, and when they did, they were met with another force that had already laid claim not only to the factory fields of the south, but to all of Rubia. The new Rubian Order. From the smoggy southern capital of Roans, once the primary production city of the mercantile, the mysterious leader of the New Order, known only as the Vor Marshal, declared that the fall of the Mercantile was the fault of northern nobles and the exposure of Rubia to foreign influence, and that the people of Rhones would no longer tolerate Roshadori domination. The fighting has claimed over 12 million lives. Rubian lives. New factions rise and fall day by day, as brothers and sisters raise swords to each other in the name of their cause, whatever it may be. But let us find ground in the conflict, where our story is seated. Nearly a year on, the fighting, after being stalled for months by the winter, renews with clashing offensives in the spring. We begin in the cold, desolate aftermath of a battle with no victor. One of the bloodiest engagements the war has seen, the Siege of Farnard, an ancient and isolated Rubian fortress under the control of the capital Combine in the Central Mountains. It sits in a strategic ravine between the Combine and the New Order, and control of its walls is sought by all sides. But by the end of the Order's assault, the castle's battlements lay as broken as the siege before them, splintered and cracked and buried in the avalanche. There are no men left to man them. The gates of the great citadel have been ripped open. The blood of the garrison mixes with the 100,000 who fell attempting to take its walls. Rubian blood, all the same. Amid the frozen cadavers and deafening silence of the ravine is a lone gnome. A soldier of neither side, rather a cleric, pulling a sled through the wrenched fortress gates and past the wreckage of the machine which blew through them. He drags along a single young fighter after searching the drifts for hours. He has only found one still alive. There are few survivors, and those that have managed to bear the cold and their wounds after this onslaught have stricken their banners in the wasteland. For the moment, I'm going to dismiss everyone except Cade.
Mic's off?
Mic's off, and then unplug them. Don't move them from your lapel.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Off we go.
This always happens when I'm with groups. I don't know what it is.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. So, describe your character for us.
So, my character is a short man, very common for someone of his species, that being a gnome. He is middle-aged, but what that means in gnome years, I will leave that for later, with a tanner complexion and graying white, almost salt and pepper hair, long, messy on his head, and a very usually well-kept bun, but through recent events has become very tattered and messy, with strained hair going across his brow. On his face, a full, well-kept white beard with a mustache. And in terms of his clothing, he has a purple tabard draped down almost to his ankles, where he wears heavy-duty boots to help him, traverse any climate he may find himself in. And atop the tabard is a silver gorget, kind of placed along his chest. And along one of his arms is hold on, sorry, I'm drawing a blank on the name.
Pauldron?
A pauldron, a green pauldron with 2 markings on it to distinguish his rank. And of course, as he's mushing through this cold, unforgiving climate, he dons a dark silver and black cape with a hood over top his head. And the more important feature of this cape being on the back, a deep purple orchid flower.
So, you find yourself in the dredges outside the fortress walls. The terrain is littered with broken machines, machinations, as well as countless bodies. They have just begun to be covered in snow as the remnants of the avalanche come down and dust the battlefield. You are walking through the gate, through the first circle of the fortress. There are 3 different ramps spiraling up to the command center. And you are simply looking for a place to put this man, to store this, not even a man, a boy, by your measure. An elven boy, who has been injured in the battle and he is in critical condition. The sled that you're carrying him on is only using 1 track, as the other one has been snapped off by the fighting. And so you are going, this is where you make decisions. This is...
All right. Have I already made my way past the main gate where the battlements would have broken through?
You're walking up the ramp, and the ramp is just, you are like weaving through to find the best avenue. There is no clear path.
All right. I simply wish to push forward the most direct path possible, as I imagine at this point the snow is relentless. I've been out here for quite a while, and I simply just want to seek some place of shelter to get me and this young wounded warrior somewhere relatively safe.
Okay. Do a investigation check.
All right.
It's difficult to find places in the fortress as the snow and the rubble and the machines dot everything, and the walls are lined with barrels.
First roll of the campaign.
First roll of the campaign.
That is an 11 plus, so that is a 13.
A 13?
Yep.
Okay. So the best thing that you can find quickly is a small room right on the side of the ramp as it spirals up. And the door, you approach it, you dust your hands to see what's going on. And the door itself is like, you can see on the fringes of it, it doesn't seal quite well, but well enough for anything that you're looking for. And you're kind of forced to stop there as the pile of corpses gets even more intense as you head further up the ramp. So getting the sled through that is going to be harder.
All right, for the time being, is this door like locked or wedged into place at all, or am I able to just enter this kind of side area no problem?
You press your hand against it, and it gives you a little bit of resistance. And as you do that, your attention is called backward by a just subtle from the boy that you're carrying.
All right, I'm going to, that takes my attention. I will make my way over to the man on the sled and just, young man, can you hear me? Can you speak? Do you know where you are?
All you get is just another. And you can see explicitly that there is a gouge in his left breast, and then there is also a cut further down on his thigh and his left side, or sorry, his right breast, and then his left side and his left thigh.
Is there anything that is currently like bleeding at the moment?
Yes.
Like open wounds?
All of them are bleeding, but to get a better sense, you need to take off his armor. Well, I'll leave that for a second. He's wearing a heavy half plate.
All right.
The wind picks up.
All right, I'm going to, this ought to be fun. I'm going to go up to the door and try to just force it open by just like running my shoulder into it.
Okay. Strength check.
Oh, this ought to be good. That's a 9.
A 9?
Yep.
Your shoulder hurts. This door is about 3 times your size.
Yeah, story of my life.
Literally.
Yeah. All right, well, all right. Given the situation, I think I'll just have to make do with what I have. I'm going to kind of take whatever, I imagine he has like a chest plate that he has on at the moment that's kind of covering up the wound.
Yes, a black steel chest plate.
Okay, I'm simply going to remove that so I can tend to the wound on his right breast.
Okay.
So I'm gonna take off that piece of armor and just...
Immediately he begins to shiver. And your hands, do you have any wraps or anything on them?
Not at the moment, not that I know of, no.
Okay. when you touch the metal, you get like a ugh. You wince at the pain, the cold, frozen burn that it gives you. It's not bad, no damage, but it's cold.
Right. Okay. With that in mind, so I am going to go into basically my medical bag, take it open, and just recover any cloth or hand wraps I can find to just wrap around my hands or like hold on to them as I remove the chest plate.
Okay. You're able to handily do that just very lightly, and as you pick it up, you can like feel the metal flexing in your hand. It's been rent, it's been stricken. There are several dents and bruises inside of it. And then as you reveal, not his bare chest, but he has mail underneath. There is a spot that has been pierced through with bent chains and a red cloth underneath it. The thing is, it was already red, so you can't really tell if it's bleeding too badly or not, but you can see flesh. And as you go in with your scalpel and your medical tools to treat it, you hear the crashing of crates and barrels behind the door.
Is there any window at my level?
It's stone, like a stone arch, and then a wooden door. And then you quickly hear, as well, the shuffling of feet.
I'm going to drop what I'm doing, grab the sled, and kind of move around the corner of the small building away from the door.
It's not the building. So next to the door, there is a siege engine, like a battering ram, that's been brought through. But it's like, imagine like a Helm's Deep ramp, and then there's just a door in the side. That's what you're looking at.
Okay. And you said I heard shuffling inside.
Inside the door.
Awesome. So I think like I said, I'm gonna move the sled away, maybe up towards the castle more, just like out of the immediate eyesight of the door or anyone who would be there.
Okay.
So I'm gonna like pull the sled forward just the smallest amount, and then I'm going to kind of guide my way along the wall of this side room and kind of press my ear against the door.
Okay. When you do that, you hear the subtle like I have someone shivering inside.
I'm simply just gonna Any response?
Is there a response?
There's no response.
Okay.
If anything, more scuttering around, actually.
There's no response. And you hear a panic shuffle, like a
I'm just... Hello? Someone in there?
You hear the fumbling of like vials and like little like glass things hitting the ground.
This is urgent. I have wounded. This boy needs immediate medical attention.
Are the rest of them gone?
Bring you back in if you're gonna talk.
Are the rest of them gone?
I can't hear you yet. You gotta plug it in. Also, check the stream as well.
So, as I said, I'm just continuing to press my ear up against this wooden door.
Are the rest of them gone?
Who?
Make sure your receiver's in.
Mm-hmm. The people who were at the door.
New Rubian Order, combat, who, specifically? Look, it doesn't matter. I belong to neither side. I simply have a wounded soldier who needs medical attention and shelter now. Can you help?
Can you help me get out of here?
Are you locked in?
Yes.
Okay, are there any... is this like kind of like a tower structure or just like a little
It's just
hut?
a door and a wall. Don't overcomplicate it.
Okay, okay. Are you able to open the door? Is it wet? What's the issue?
It's blocked up.
I'm gonna be of no help to you in that department. Is there anything you can use to wedge the door open from your end?
I'm gonna look around. Is there anything I can find that would...
Are you actually looking?
No.
Okay. Yes, there is.
So I'm gonna start moving the stuff out of the way of the door then.
Okay.
Do I need to do anything for that, or is it
there's a cabinet in front of the door.
Okay,
so it's not actually locked. It's just.
Yeah, no, I know that. I'm gonna try to push it out of the way of the door then.
Strength.
Oh boy.
Cade, you're just, or Guillaume, you're just with your ear against the door, and you hear the subtle of furniture. What'd you get?
I rolled a 2, and that's a 1 for me.
All right, you don't hear the subtle of furniture.
Retcon.
And you just hear a shit.
Are you okay in there?
This is a little bit heavier than I thought it would be.
Hurry up.
I'm gonna try pushing again.
Okay. The soldier is shivering.
That is a 12.
12? You're able to get it out of the way enough so that you can push the door open to a crack, and then you can begin helping him. And then you're both, the combined strength of you're able to get the cabinet out of the way.
All right, so we successfully push the door open?
Yes.
Okay.
And you're pushing the cabinet.
I kind of stumble my way in as I open it.
And Aiden, as the door opens, you are greeted with this chilling bite that you didn't think that it could get colder. It was already cold in this room, and this is worse than you were imagining. Describe your character.
Okay, so Thyleth Kanea is around 5'10". He has blue eyes, a little bit tanned skin. His hair is auburn. It's very unkempt. It's a little bit like long around his ears, a little bit past there. Usually he wears a nice blue Rubian suit jacket over his business outfit, but at the moment it's all tattered up and torn from the conflict and everything. He looks thinned out. His jacket kind of doesn't fit perfect. That's about it for him.
As I'm looking at him, what colors do I come across on this uniform, and would I recognize them with any current faction?
They are blue and gold, and it's just basic Rubian.
Navy blue and gold.
Navy blue and gold.
So nothing that indicates a specific alliance?
No, those are the inherited colors of the Capital Combine.
Okay.
But it could be anything from the Mercantile.
Right. So, like I said, as I push this door and I kind of stumble my way and just, help me out, quickly. And I go back into the cold and I grab the sled. Don't just stand there, come on!
Do you help him?
I will help him.
All right, grab that end, quickly.
And you can see, as you are rushing to get the soldier in, he just kind of like stamps over with his hands in his jacket.
All right, do we manage to pull him
inside? Yeah, you can pull him in.
Okay. Close that door, quickly.
I'll close the door.
As you close the door, it starts to swing out the other way and like flap back and forth.
All right. Can I like try to wedge something in the door to just keep it closed?
Yeah, you can try.
Okay.
Well, what do you like? How are you gonna do it? Think about that while Cade. So what are you doing with the soldier?
While he's handling that, I'm going back to tending the boy. Like I said, I believe he had already had the main piece of armor taken off, so I'm examining the wound kind of on his chest at this point.
It's very dark in here. It's dim light. So that's going to get rid of your medicine proficiency.
Okay.
You can't see what you're doing.
Okay, you know what? With that in mind, instead of going about it with like kind of like the scalpel and other tools, I would like to just cast Cure Wound over the gash mark.
Okay.
So, seeing, that like using my tools in the dark would be troublesome, I simply place them back in my pouch and kind of casting my two hands, I just say, "Hi," and light kind of just emanates from my hands over the wound.
And as you do that, what color light?
Just like kind of a yellow.
Yellow?
A yellow
Okay.
hue.
This yellow light goes in and focused very finely on the wound, and then suddenly you, for a split second, your perception catches up through your small spectacle glasses, and you raise your brow as from the wound, a black energy meets the yellow light. And then a split second later, from what you can observe, you panic for just a moment, and then you are forced back against the wall. And you take, I need to take all my dice out. You take 4 force damage. Silas, you are also knocked prone.
Okay.
And we'll discuss that. Remember to roll your cure wounds. And suddenly, as you get up, you look at the boy, and he is breathing.
Jacob!
Check how his audio sounds.
While he's setting up, could I do an Arcana check as to the...
Not yet.
Okay, okay.
Roll your cure wounds.
Oh, right. Well, he does it.
Oh.
Okay. I do it.
So it is a D8 with a +6.
Turn up the music a little bit.
Cool.
Can you talk a little bit real quick, Jacob?
Yeah, I'm talking right now.
So, Jacob, describe...
Healed for
He's a little quiet.
Okay. You're 4.
I am.
Okay, describe your character.
I am a... Do you want me to do character voice or not?
It's up to you.
Okay, cool. I am a high elf in, well, pretty rough shape. A little bit better after the healing, but I am a...
Speak up a little bit.
A new Rubian ordered soldier in the, full clad in armor, a large great shield on, or not great shield, great sword on my back. Very decked out with several weapons. I've got I have a scimitar and I think a crossbow on me as well. Tall, around 6 feet, and I'm
Double
blonde.
Guion.
Yeah. Blonde hair.
Did you say your name yet? I'm sorry.
Not yet.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You're
I'm gonna
good,
stop. I'm gonna stop spoiling names.
Yeah, blonde hair. Just a little more slender than you would think for a soldier, especially with all of this armor on and with the weapon that I'm carrying. Almost looks unfit to be wielding such a weapon.
It's an enormously large sword.
Yes.
Pre-super soldier serum.
Yeah, Steve Rogers. No.
Yeah, but taller. Basic high elf physique. Very not. How do I want to describe it? Not very. There's not a lot of physical training. I'm not bulked out. It's very lean, almost runner-esque build.
Okay. And what colors are you wearing?
New Rubian Order, classic colors. What is it? Red.
Yeah, red and like a purplish black breastplate and armor around. And
that's been taken off and put to the side.
Just the breastplate. Everything else is there, and you still have the chainmail underneath.
Yes.
And the two of you easily recognize this uniform. It's become infamous in the past year.
Right.
But you are awake, you're injured, you're laying down, and you don't know what just happened.
First instinct, I'm going to reach for the sword, just because of the battle that I was just in. I'm going to reach up, kind of.
Whoa. It's okay, young man. Just relax. You're safe here. What's your name, son?
You see in his eyes, before he answers, a stutter and a wobble.
It's Pierre.
Pierre. Okay. My name is Gil. You were wounded in the snow. I dragged you out here, and we're currently, what I assume, on an outer wall of Farnard with... Well, I didn't quite catch your name yet, stranger.
He's just lingering in the corner, by the way.
Actually, I would be, I'm in my coat pocket sifting through my canisters.
Okay.
Looking.
I'll stop telling you what you're doing.
Yeah. My name is Silas Kanea.
Silas.
Yes, that's what I said.
Yes, of course. Look, it is very crucial right now that you just lay down. You are badly wounded. It is a miracle that I managed to get you in the condition you are right now, so just lay here for now, and I can retrieve some supplies that can get you in better condition.
And you can see as he's like sitting up, like stretching, he does not care about the pain in his shoulder, which is intense, by the way. You can see that the blood is now soaking through the red tunic and is now dripping out of the chainmail.
Okay, would it, in a situation like this, would it be better to like lay him down flat or perch him up on a wall?
Medicine check.
Okay.
Can I do a guidance on that?
Sure.
Okay. Add a D4 to it.
And it's still dim, so you don't get your proficiency.
Add a D4. I don't get my proficiency?
No.
So that's a 12.
12? You know enough now to know that it's better if he... Well, you need to check if it went through the back first.
Okay, alright, so... Alright, just...
That's Silas's guidance. Hey, you should probably check if it went through the back of him.
Exit wounds are larger than entry wounds, even with swords.
Yes. I am aware. Alright, so... Alright, I'm gonna like kind of place my hand on the back of his neck and kind of like arch him forward.
This, I'm gonna like tense up.
You're fine. Just trust me. I'm gonna just
His hand is dangerously close to the hilt of your sword.
I'm gonna keep holding on to it, not really kind of showing that I'm not going, like, backing off.
Young man, if I wanted you dead, you would have been dead. Please, let me help you.
As he says that, I'll just kind of relax a little bit, still tense, still like have a hand on my other weapons in reaching distance so that I can quickly move.
Do I take notice of that? Perception check? It is dark, still.
You see it.
Okay, I take notice of this, but I'm just like, fine. Like,
you've dealt with soldiers like this before.
Yeah.
You're aware that they can be jumpy.
Yes. All right, so I'm gonna like arch him forward so I can get a clear view of if there's an exit wound on his back. It's fine. And what
There
can
is.
There is?
Yes. You have to like look between the plate and you just peel it back a little bit. But yes, there is an exit wound. You can see that the blood is dripping out the back, actually worse than the front.
All right, so knowing this.
Sit him up or put him on his face.
All right. I'm gonna lean you against this wall, so just as much as you can help me, I'm like gonna try to kind of guide him back as much as I can, but he's double my size, so I'm just like...
As he shifts his weight, the sled like breaks, like the last track, and it's just a haphazard thing. It pisses you guys off. It hurts your shoulder.
Kind of like, I'll help him out at this point. I feel like he's not, after what he said, I'm okay.
You're able to get to the wall just fine.
All right, so seeing the exit wound now, let's see, I've already... Would I know, like, to go about this, would it be best to start sealing up the exit wound or the entrance wound right now?
The exit wound.
Okay, so I'm going to kind of, kind of bend his, is it like more on his right?
It's right behind his shoulder.
Okay.
A little lower, it's as if it's a thin blade entered directly underneath, like the half plate. It was like peeled back and then pierced with great force right through both ends of the chainmail and his rib cage.
Okay.
Possibly his lung.
Alright, I'm going to kind of guide his shoulder then, so it's more exposed to me so I can get a better look. And as I'm doing this, I'm like, are you experiencing any trouble breathing, taking in air, like you're congested?
Not really, I'm just in pain.
Alright, well, that we can deal with. Otherwise, I may suspect that you have a punctured lung, and if that's the case, well, not a whole lot I can do with that.
While they're doing this, Silas is gonna actually step outside of the room and look around. What's he seeing?
Let's do a Constitution check.
Constitution check?
Yeah.
That's a 17.
All right, you're able to guard yourself, but you step outside to a more horrendous scene than you could have imagined. When you were carrying him in, you didn't really look, but you are smacked with the slightly doused smell of battle. The cold has brought it down a little bit, but it's as if all the graves in a graveyard have been exposed. And you look up the battlements and just see men dangling over, piled over, and of both sides, blue, red, gold, black, all together in one heap.
Okay. So Silas is kind of thinking like more self-preservation right now. He's gonna.
That's gonna be a recurring theme.
Yeah.
Perception check, real quick.
Perception?
Yeah.
A nat 1.
You don't see shit.
So I was gonna start actually trying to look through the dead bodies and see if there's any items, weapons, things of that sort.
Investigation check.
Okay.
While he's doing that real quick, I'm just gonna decide, seeing the severity.
That's a 19.
Oh, sorry.
19?
Mm-hmm.
You can. What were you gonna do?
I was gonna say, seeing the severity of this wound, I think I'll simply. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab a rag out of my medical kit. I'm gonna hand it to Pierre, and then while he's holding that, I'm going to cast Cure Wound again on the exit wound on his shoulder. So like once again doing the same motion, just pressing my hand over the exit wound, just saying, "Yahai," and the same light emanates on this wound. Do I get a similar result from previous time I did this?
No. It works as intended.
I take note of that. So I imagine the wound then seals up, and as I'm doing this, I look to Pierre.
Roll Cure Wounds first.
D8 plus 6?
Yep.
Cool. Tell me how much it is.
The last one is 12.
12?
Yeah.
So the front is almost completely sealed. It's just it reopened a little bit when you moved.
Okay.
This one is 10.
10? It seals up.
Mm-hmm.
Both the exit and entrance?
Just the exit.
Okay.
This front one, it's not bleeding as badly, but it's something you could do with a needle and thread.
Well, in the meantime, like I said, I patched up the exit wound. I'm going to look to him. All right.
It appeared, by the way, when you heal them, it appears like a brand, like a cauterization, without like the burn. It looks distorted in some way.
Mm-hmm.
All right. That should do for now. In the meantime, you take that rag and you apply pressure on your entrance wound.
I'll do so, and at the same time, do I recognize any of the clothing or armor that he's wearing?
History check. With disadvantage. Nerd. Because you don't care about these things.
I'm a cool swab elf. I don't care about history.
That is... Wait, I need to roll another one. Whoops. It's a 3.
You don't know.
You're just like
7, sorry.
7. You don't recall anything in particular. You aren't really thinking about it.
He's just looking at me like...
All right. Silas.
So I'm more specifically looking for like.
You got a 19?
Yes.
All right. There are several weapons, but what piques your interest mostly is that in the heap ahead of you, there is a gold ring sticking on a hand out of it, and upon the finger, the gold ring, there is a large ruby.
Ooh.
And it almost beckons you. It glints in the light.
I'm gonna go and try to grab that ring.
Okay. Sleight of hand.
Now this is what I'm talking about. What's my sleight of hand?
This thing's about to Indiana Jones and just bah!
That's a 15.
15?
Yep.
You're able to work it off, but as you do, the finger snaps slightly. And do you care about that? Like, what's your reaction to that?
I like shiver a little bit, and then I just drop the I just knock the finger off and take the ring and put it in my pocket.
The finger's still attached to the hand, but that's the ring there. Yep.
Well, I'm gonna
you got the ring
keep
off.
wiggling it off, put it in my pocket.
While he's doing that, I would have.
Another perception check. Sorry.
Real quick, I would have started to like go around this area looking for additional equipment. As at this point, in the conflict, I'm running pretty low on medical supplies. Could I make an argument that I come across Silas while I'm going about? Because I can't imagine he got too far.
So you guys leaving this room?
I'm leaving him be to apply the pressure. I'm not going too far, just kind of scavenging the area.
Okay, investigation. What'd you get?
A 6 on the perception.
You don't see it.
I have a +0 to perception, so you know this is gonna be.
You feel a heavy gust. Perception check as well on top of your investigation. What'd you get for the investigation?
10.
10?
And then for perception.
You really can't find anything. Usually there might be a cleric or two mixed in, but
so
they were not involved.
He's out here with me, away from him, correct?
Yes.
So.
Wait, what'd you get for your perception?
13.
13? You feel a heavy gust of wind as well, and it makes you look and like arc the corner a little bit as you're moving around the slope, and you see this enormous cloud of white snow off in the distance, several miles off, but it turns in clouds, slowly inching possibly in your direction.
Does this mean anything to me?
It's a blizzard.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I was more like imagining like almost like fog or something. Okay.
History check. History check. Do I remember storms?
Meteorology check.
So.
All right, but so do I come across the same scene that Silas did? Just the essentially.
You already saw it, but yes.
So, and do I?
You guys are right outside the door.
All right.
Really. It does not take you very far to see all this.
Well, I will kind of.
It's a very busy scene.
Walk up to Silas and just kind of viewing the landscape, just what a waste.
So you can't see like the whole landscape, I'm just telling you. Just you're inside the walls.
But like we can see outside.
No, not right now.
We can't.
Just you can see the fight, the remnants of the fighting
inside.
Inside on the ramp.
Gotcha. But that there's still like corpses.
There is actually an entire pile of people that perished over each other.
Can I see
20
this?
feet high.
Can I see this like through the door?
Depends. Are you
It's dark
outside?
in there.
Where are you?
So if I'm, where did you guys lay me? Did you
You're
lay me
leaned
like
up against
right?
the wall in the room.
Is it like in eyesight? Like, can I see through that the open door?
Where'd you put him?
Like as soon as I brought him through the door, I like placed him
So like next
right
to
as
the door?
we walked in. So he's definitely within eyeshot of the
You
door.
can smell it.
Kind of like force myself up, keeping pressure on the wound.
Okay.
Kind of.
You're able to get up. You have
Walking.
a little bit of a gimp in your left leg.
Okay, I'll walk over and like to the doorway and just look out. Are these like fallen soldiers on both sides?
Yep. There was some kind of line being held where a mound 20 feet high of soldiers have perished. And it's completely still now, but you know that it once surged with action.
Scum.
I look upon this just mound of corpses and just, what a waste.
I know, right? There's so much equipment here that we could still use, and I really gotta get my guys down here.
Don't laugh, that's messed up.
It's so fucked up.
You would prioritize the items and weapons of soldiers over the lives that carry them.
Well, yes. It takes so much more time to make a weapon than a human.
I thought I smelled the scent of blood and gunpowder when I first met you, Silas.
Listen, I'm a businessman. These are very valuable.
Is that what you call it? Business. The business of destruction and death. Very profitable in these times.
Well, you gotta make a living somehow.
Pierre, you're just listening to this as you're like struggling to stand. And the blizzard, you see the blizzard, and you see it turning like very violently. It's still several miles off, but they're bickering.
Regardless, we don't have time to dilly-dally. I'm sure you see that as well. It won't be long before that's upon us. We need to move deeper into the fortress. As I turn, I see Pierre kind of leaning up against one, just like, what are you doing? Get back on the wall, now! You're in no condition to stand.
As he says this, I just kind of turn, and the door doesn't slam, does it? It's like one of those ones that swings back and forth.
Yeah.
Cool, I'll just like walk through and then kind of like throw the door behind me.
He's a soldier, he'll be fine.
Do not question my judgment in these matters. If you're going to help, tag along. If not, I have business to attend to.
Silas is actually gonna like linger outside still.
Okay. You can tell that like this room, especially with the state of the door, you need better shelter. And this will not do.
All right. If you're with us, help the boy to his feet. We need to move deeper into the fortress.
I'll help him up.
Okay. So,
checking out his armor while I'm picking him up.
It's very nice. You are able to find...
This is very fine craftsmanship.
Kind of grab it and then put a rope.
Tighten the straps.
Well, yeah, I don't think it... Because he has the actual, like, chest plate. The chest plate and my helmet are off, right?
Your helmet is off, yes.
Yeah.
Where is your helmet? Do you still have it on?
I mean...
Do you want it with you, or did you throw it off?
It was probably... you probably took it off whenever you were checking me out.
He didn't have a helmet on when you found him.
When I found it, okay, so that thing's buried in snow then, probably.
Gotcha.
But there's several hundred just like it everywhere.
Cool. So what I'll do is I'll take because the chest plate's not on me, so I'll take it and kind of like run a rope through it so that I can carry it on my back instead of on my body.
Okay.
So I'll have
You're able to find that equipment handily.
Just sling it over my shoulder, and then...
You're also able to find like some cloth to drape over, like get more layers on each of you. But as you move outside of this room, the very first obstacle that you're met with is the mound of men. For you guys, it is about 3 times your size. For you, it's about 6 times your size.
All right. I was a rock climber in high school. I could do no. Just
Silas is gonna just go straight through, like over, and just trample it.
Okay.
While holding Pierre. Or?
Dragging Pierre with me.
I feel like I could move on my own at this point. I'm at almost full health at this point.
So as you step onto the corpses, it's actually more stable than you would have thought. There's not much shift, and it's almost like they've been bound together by the ice.
Okay.
And you actually don't need to check. You were expecting to have to struggle through these, but it's as if you're stepping on stone.
Let's get going, little man, if you're intent on saving this soldier.
Oh, like I've never heard that one before. Wait, so this mound of bodies, is this on like...
It's in the ramp. It's like there was a shield wall, and then both sides threw men at it until there was a pile.
So like this ramp, it's like elevated, and there would be like, is it almost like
the
a
ramp
bridge
is
structure?
sloping up into the fortress.
Oh, okay, I got
And
you.
it's like, so there's the first wall, a ramp slopes up to a second layer, and then slopes up to a third layer. And then at the top of it is the command post.
Along the edge of these slopes, is there like railing kind of wedging these bodies against
the slopes
the rail?
are enormous. They're like 20 feet across.
So they're not on the edge by any means?
No, it's filling every inch of it.
What's the condition of like the stone near the edge of this ramp?
Crumbling.
Crumbling?
Yeah, and the outer walls are in even worse condition, and the tops of the walls, there are several places where they've fallen in with the barrage of the New Order's artillery.
Okay. So, spiritual weapon. Does that have that? You can.
What are you doing?
To my knowledge, you can kind of craft that into any weapon within reason.
Yes.
Yes.
That's how that works.
Okay. I would like to just see where this goes. I would like to cast spiritual weapon into the form of a pickaxe and kind of hit it across the crumbling stone in the attempt that maybe some of this mound will collapse off the spire and I can make my way across the more, shallow corpse pile.
Okay. So you strike at the stone. Give me... You know what? You just strike at it with this ethereal, pickaxe, war pick, your choice. And you loose one... stone cutting tools check. What is that? Masonry is what it is. Mason tools.
Well, I'm going to need help with that one.
That is...
What kind of check is that?
I think...
Don't say strength. Don't say strength.
I think strength.
Well, no, I mean to...
What's he trying to do?
Hold on.
To use the tools? I mean, it would...
I don't actually know. Hold on.
With the complicated piece of machinery, it's a pickaxe.
Oh, you just... Okay, perception. With proficiency. You don't have proficiency, but... Yeah, perception.
Perception. That's a nat 20.
Nat 20?
That's a nat 20.
Nat 20
First
already?
nat 20.
Dang. On stone cutting. Or masonry.
Man of many talents.
So, you strike the pickaxe into one of the, obviously, to you at least, obviously looser stones, and you step back as the top of the structure, and a bunch of the gravel that was being kept, keeping the battlement in place, spills out into a type of ramp, burying several dozen bodies in the process. And you kind of hobble away as this happens, and it gives you an easier way up onto the next level.
Okay, so as I'm doing this, am I kind of keeping up with, have I caught up with the two of them as they're going up their much higher mound?
You're up there faster.
Okay, so as I'm walking by them, I'm just kind of
well, you've imagine they're going like this to up a ramp that slopes up to a second level here. You've just gone this way. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
But so I do beat them past it though.
Yes. And up on top, as you both groups get up there, you see this is the artillery section of the fort, and there are several guns, large, field weapons, siege cannons, things like that. There are several large ones, and then there's a lot of smaller ones, like picket guns, that are just built into the battlements themselves.
Right.
And at the stations, there are dead commanders. There are, what are they called? Dead artillerists. And then several of the other side, new Rubian order that have flooded this area. They clearly overcame the defenses of pretty much every layer. You can see them dangling off the highest battlements, one more layer up, where you can actually see the command center of the fort. And up here, you can also see that the blizzard is getting closer, much more clearly.
We must hurry. That's most likely the command center of the fortress. That would be our best bet. And as I look across this, any bodies that I would even think to be in any condition besides dead as a doorknob?
No, you can't. Anybody who would have survived this passed hours ago. In fact, you're kind of surprised that you found him.
Okay. All right, well, like I said, all right, hurry along. That blizzard's gonna be upon us before we know it.
So you guys up the second ramp, which is more sparsely populated, but still there are several corpses lined up. Mostly the defenders, the Capital Combine forces, the blue and gold armor. But then there are also, like, dotted in between them, arrows and crossbow bolts and gunshot wounds into New Rubian Order soldiers. They stormed this ramp with great force.
As we're making our way up this ramp, I'm just going to kind of look to Silas, I imagine still helping Pierre. So Silas, while I can theorize why, what brings a man like you to Farnard?
What else than business?
Yes, of course.
Open up a little bit.
I'm trying.
Being louder helps.
So do tell, does a man like you have any allegiance or just selling to the highest bidder? I mean, your colors suggest...
You just don't think about this stuff.
What are you talking about?
This is armchair philosophy to you.
The colors of your uniform suggest Capital Combine, but given what little I know about you, I have the itching suspicion that you're not one who cares for flags or allegiances.
Listen, I just go in, I tell them the tools that they need, and some that they might not quite need yet, and then I go back to find another place to sell.
Yes, of course. And leave people like our friend here to go and get killed by them. Isn't that right?
You speak as though I didn't sign up for this.
No, I sold them some stuff too.
How do you feel about that?
What, that
he's selling to both sides?
Kind of like just grumble about it under my breath. I'm not really going to say anything as they're helping me at the moment.
Okay.
Young man, all I'm going to suggest is that when this is all done and over, if we make it out of this mess, I suggest you get as far away from this fortress's conflict as possible. There are enough dead soldiers. No. There are enough dead boys in this field of snow as is.
And as you're arcing up the ramp, you guys reach the top as you finish this and see that the windows of this large command post, they have iron bars, but the glass has been blown out and the door is completely cratered in as if there was some kind of explosive placed on it. And you walk in and the wind is just as bitter in there. And there is a large war room table. And there are some more distinguished uniforms in that room. Some naval cuirasses, some nice Class A's. Also, some more of those blue and gold breastplates. But
so,
they
Capital
are
Combine?
Yes. They are piled over this table. And you can see that many of them are sitting in their chairs and have pistols at their side. And those that didn't take that way out, there are violent scenes frozen in time where both engagers were killed at the same time. There is a young soldier of the New Order with a spear pierced through his chest, and his arms gripping a sword in a stabbing motion into one of the Combine officers' chest as he is laid over the table like this, and it's just frozen like this. And
I'm sorry, that's not funny. But at the same time, I'm just imagining one of these officers just oh!
So anyways,
the order,
sorry, continue.
The Order certainly stormed this place with ferocity, and it seems that they won, but you also don't see any more of their forces.
Other than.
So.
And this room will not do, but there is, at the head of the room, some kind of office that you can see. Has a door that's kind of swinging open the same way as before. It's not sealed, but it is open and broken down a little bit. The lock is completely blown out, people got in there.
Real quick, do I recognize any members of this high command? Based off of the rather decayed state, I'm sure they're all in.
Perception check? What would that be? Investigation.
Investigation.
Memory would be like.
No, it'd be investigation. You'd
Yeah.
remember the faces. He's looking for something specific.
That's a 5.
You can't find anybody that you know for sure. You think that you might have seen one of the faces in the background during the peace talks.
Are these? Can I roll perception to see if I recognize any of them from the meeting?
Investigation.
Oh. Do I notice that Silas seems to be kind of investigating the higher ups?
That
as
is a
well?
nat 20.
Okay.
A nat 20? You definitely recognize the quartermaster of the fort. You don't remember his name, but he was the one in charge of paying you for whatever arms you supplied. And you never got paid. You see that, okay, now you see that he's taking a special interest in this guy. And he's he's one of the ones who took the easy way out, and he is like, his head is flat on the table.
So I'm gonna, unaware of the people around me, of course, that man owed me money, and he had a very nice set of weapons on him. So I'm gonna go rob him.
Be louder.
That man owed me money, and he had a very nice set of weapons on him.
You guys are.
Are you putting Pierre down as you're mugging this corpse?
I actually completely drop Pierre and go.
Pierre, what's your impression of this scene?
Like the ones who took their lives, the first thing that would come to his mind would be cowards. Just absolute, utter cowardice from these people.
So maybe you're observing one of them, just like trying to look at his face and figure out how you could do something like that.
That's pretty much what's going through it, and I'm just kind of like,
What a waste of ammunition.
I'm like, I'm not like, I don't have like pity. It's more like scornful hate. Like, how dare
Dereliction of duty.
Yeah. How dare you take this way? And like, almost.
You can see the anger in his face.
Yeah.
You can see him doing this as well.
Like, putting up this fight, and then just to do that. You put up the fight, you went, and I'm like kind of saying this to myself almost.
Yeah, muttering things.
Yeah, I'm kind of just, I'm like I'm there like muttering under my breath, like cowards. Like
that's
like it's like because
I know, right? What a waste of ammunition.
Who is this guy?
They're like the
You have like the two most hateful people.
They're in the opposition. They're the oppositions of.
Bro, I got a sociopathic businessman and a just maniacal maniac over here.
Correction, maniacal fascist.
Yeah, and I'm just standing there like I'm just
allowed
a little.
to say that?
Yeah, you can say that.
Okay,
yeah, you can say fascist. Good. I didn't say the other one that everyone thinks of.
I'm just standing there like I'm just a little guy.
Yeah, I'm like there muttering like about the cowardice while your comrades are and the people under you are off sacrificing.
Yeah.
And
it finally reaches you, and you aren't having it.
No, and then even then I'm like, it's because
save this for an interaction.
Yeah.
Save it for an interaction. But you see that he is like muttering under his breath,
Yeah.
and his nostrils are flaring as he's looking at some of these corpses.
So what do I find on the body of the guy that owes me money?
You find a amulet of the blue and gold eagle, specifically of the mercantile, not the new rendition of the Combine.
I'll take that.
Okay. You have to lift up his head a little bit, and like some of his hair peels out from his scalp.
Ugh.
But you get it off handily.
Yeah.
And you're actually collecting some really expensive stuff.
What's it called?
A roque amulet. Well, mercantile amulet. Roque amulets are different. But, Guillaume, you are investigating this door, and it swings open easily, or are you going inside?
I'm gonna peek inside just to see like what we're working with. If there's a staircase maybe leading further down to the fortress, if it's just, I don't know, a closet with a broom in it. I don't know.
Well, this door, you swing it open a little bit, and you're able to, like, you don't even have to swing it open, actually. You can look through where the lock was, where it got blown open, some kind of blunderbuss or something. The order, like, was forcing their way in. And you can see that there is a desk with several Combine prefix and several Rubian order, like some higher ranks actually, all dead. And one that catches your eye specifically is that sitting at the desk, there's just a corpse like this, just in front of it. You can't see what's behind, but there is a map on the desk of the fort. You can recognize that quite well, and bookshelves all around. And you can see that there is actually a hole in the wall next to it that's blowing air inside.
Okay, so it's just like this, basically office.
Yes.
More or less.
A command office of some kind.
All right, I'm gonna be quick about it because I don't trust leaving those two to their own devices. So I'm just gonna open the door and just kind of investigate, see, is there anything
You both hear this. You hear the door creak and you see where he's going.
Can I take the man's gun that he killed himself with?
That is a loaded sentence.
Jesus
Okay.
Christ. God, can we say that?
I think so.
Let's avoid that specifically.
Can I take the weapon that he used?
Yeah, let's. You can take the weapon. Well, we can say gun, not that sentence.
Yeah.
And the S word. Don't say the S word.
Yeah.
But Jesus Christ, Aiden.
In Minecraft.
In Minecraft.
In game.
Minecraft.
In game.
But you enter the office, and yes, you can take it. It's a
Answer your
-2 pistol. It's very much rent and a -2 pistol. You can add that to your inventory.
Is it a thing?
It's rent. It's rusted. It really doesn't seem to operate very well. It's cold. The barrel has been kind of like bent a little bit. Usable maybe, but anyway, you enter the office and it's the same scene that you've seen a few times now, and there's just about a dozen corpses inside, a dozen bodies. And most of them are they died in conflict over each other. One pair you see is on the ground with a dagger piercing into his neck, and the other one's like his hand has fallen off, but there is a sword through his midriff and through his back, and they're just piled on top of each other.
Looking on the desk of like this office, do I find anything of use in terms of like maybe schematics of the fortress, a map,
There's
information of a sort?
Investigation check.
Ooh, 21.
And you guys have now taken this. Are you taking an interest in the office?
Yeah.
Okay.
Slightly. I'm gonna kind of. Is there anything of note, like plans or anything in that war room?
There are all kinds of maps, and specifically you can see a model of the ravine with the flags of the different sides. And then you actually see a purple and green flag off to the side, like on the other, where the pass kind of gets a little more narrow, off to the side and like hidden away from the enemy camps. And it takes your attention a little bit. History check with advantage.
Nat 20.
Nat 20? Mm-hmm. That was the camp of the Tranquil Prees. And you suddenly remember what their uniforms look like.
Do I recognize that those two are connected?
Yes.
Okay.
And then you understand the positions a little bit, but it's a very basic rendition. And then all over the table, there's all kinds of maps and charts of different places in Rubia. You see one of Mortisgard, you see one of the Scariot Moors, you see one of the bog that leads to the Commoners' Republic. All these different places.
So would these be defensive positions or like offenses?
It's so scattered out with all the people that have been going over it. You can't. Basically, the pieces that would have been on these maps have been scattered, and there's no information to be gathered.
Okay.
Basically,
Nothing written down or anything.
No, not on this table.
Okay.
So well, there's things written down all over the place, but it's more like this is a larger council.
Yeah. Okay. Then
mostly it's about Farnard.
Mm-hmm. Then I'm probably gonna head into the office and try to look for something like that.
Okay. So, as you enter, what did you say you were doing in there?
Looking for like a map or a layout of the fortress.
So, on the table, you take an interest as these two enter. Investigation check, Aiden. Or perception check.
Perception?
Because I rolled a 21 with my investigation.
Total 21?
Yeah.
You're looking at this fort, and you've studied schematics of the fort already in preparation. 8? Okay, that's good enough. You notice there's a safe underneath the desk.
I'm gonna go try to crack the safe.
I'm just baiting him.
I'm gonna go crack the safe open.
All right, roll your sleight of hands as we do that. With your lockpicks.
How do I have to roll that?
Do you have lockpicks?
I do.
Okay.
I have thieves' tools.
Of course he does. Of course he does.
Why would he not?
I also have proficiency in every type of tool.
Comes with the sleazeball starter kit.
Yeah.
But as you hold that roll for a second, you can roll it. Just don't tell me yet. As you look across the schematics, they differ immensely from what you studied before in preparation for the battle, where you were planning to send your contingents to heal the different places. And there is a whole cavern, beneath the fortress, that the map actually seems to be centered around, that you have never seen before. In fact, this is something that you would have been told about by both sides, or by the Capital Combine at least, because they probably have forces there that would want tending to.
So this is new information to me when I'm looking through these schematics.
Yeah, it takes your interest. What'd you get?
23.
23? All right, you crack it open in 3 seconds, and you just hear the...
Easy, standard 4-pin lock.
What do you do?
And you are swinging it open, and inside there are talons, which is gold in this world. There are talons, there are some bonds, some papers, some letters, and as you go in and start raiding it, you just feel the subtle and the stamping of a metal ring on the back of your head. Colton. And you can see that the corpse that was sitting at the desk has raised the pistol in its hand very silently and holds it to the back of your head.
Oh, that's sick.
What in the fuck do you think you're doing?
Listen. I'm just collecting my payment that
Silas?
You're a no good thief, is what you are.
Okay. Let's calm down for just a moment.
They're by the desk. They're not in the doorway at all.
He is right beneath you.
He's right beneath me.
He's on the other side of the desk. Where are you?
I think I would have just walked in.
Okay. How far away are they from the
The
doorway?
desk. The room is about 15 feet across,
Okay.
from end to door.
Dom, which hand's my arm guard on?
Your
right hand?
You know what? We haven't determined this. Roll a d4. Even is left. Odd is right.
It's on my right hand.
Okay.
So he's standing on my right with a gun to my head.
But is he underneath me?
He's so you are sitting in the chair, and his head is here, and you're pointing at it.
I don't know if you're that quick on the draw.
Can we say that while I was fiddling with my jacket earlier in the canisters, I loaded a smoke round?
Did you?
I was messing with it before.
Is that really your first priority in this situation?
I'm just saying, you could try and get a smoke round off, but I think the point blank shot to the
Tell you
cranium
what, try to activate.
might...
Huh?
Try to activate, and you have to roll the thing.
Okay, I'm gonna activate it.
With disadvantage.
With disadvantage?
Because these things have been through a battle. They're cold.
That's fair.
You don't know if they're going
Is
to work.
he reaching to activate this?
Nope,
No, it's just on his wrist.
Okay.
Perception check with disadvantage.
That's what I was going to ask.
Disadvantage.
Bro, if my hair wasn't already white, I'd be graying from this. Oh my, Baroque, swear to...
As this is happening, do I recognize his uniform?
What's the perception against?
He
is it against a stealth roll for me?
From his metal cuirass. Describe your character. Sorry.
Okay. No,
yeah,
I got a 9 on that with disadvantage.
A 9?
Yeah.
Do I stealth roll again instead?
What'd you get?
Do I stealth?
Sleight of hand.
Sleight of hand it?
So this is like a combo of rolls.
Yeah.
That's a contest.
So my character is
You're able to, he's not noticing.
Okay.
My character is a mountain dwarf. He's about 5'4", 250 pounds. He's built.
Big.
Got it.
And he's got chestnut hair with kind of salt and pepper streaks in it, with a mutton chop mustache filling up to his shorter but longer hair that's kind of swooping back, like a very regal kind of sense about his the way his like hair is put together. It's not like out of place or anything. It's very like crisp and clean. He's got silver eyes. They
pierce you. Like you guys see the eyes and
his skin is very rough and like got like little scars all across it. But
are you wearing a helmet or no?
In this situation, I probably wouldn't be, no. But his most notable scar is from his right upper lip, kind of up and like this to his right cheek, like this, like that.
Okay. And you immediately see this. He is Combine royalty. He is high command. You can see that especially from the pauldrons.
The time to roll.
For what?
For the
activating
round.
Okay.
To hit first, or do I just... Because I'm not hitting anyone.
The way your thing works, roll the chance first.
The chance for the...
Yes.
Okay.
So I need to roll the D100, right?
Yes, we both do.
D100?
93?
Oh, yeah, Yeah, I got a 22. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So it goes off.
All right, so...
Can I make a dex throw to try and grab him after this goes off?
In a second.
Okay.
What do you say first before he activates this?
Stand up, nice and slowly.
Listen, there's no need to get violent. This doesn't have to happen.
You say that as you desecrate the bodies of the man who fought for this fort. Stand up, nice and slow.
And you can see, like, around his neck is a roque amulet, and you recognize him. Like, it is a roque amulet, and then, like, you get the sense he's been looting.
Yeah.
It sets off, and I'm going to scramble towards Guillaume.
Okay, the room fills with smoke. Dexterity, disadvantage, not slaving throw, just, you're trying to grab him, right?
Yeah, just an ability check.
Yeah.
Shh. 11.
11?
Yeah.
You can't get him.
Okay.
Constitution, a focus check.
Save or ability?
Well, let's do a save.
Okay. Even with a +5, I got a low roll. It's a 7.
A 7?
Yeah.
All right, as he slinks away, you lose, like, with the trembling of your fingers from this battle, you lose sight of yourself, and the round goes off into the desk. And you scramble around to him, and the room is filled with smoke.
I'm feeling myself for bullet wounds.
So the desk, is it a pretty sturdy desk?
It's a fine desk, yes. It's a large wooden desk. It won't collapse or anything from this.
But how heavy is it roundabout?
Oh, very heavy.
Okay.
Like, probably heavier than you.
Okay. So when this goes off...
You could maybe topple it if you wanted to.
I was going to say, when this goes off, what I'm going to want to do is I'm going to see if I could flip the desk to use as, like, kind of like a cover thing. And then, like, kind of hunker down like this and, like, point my gun at them and be like, you know, then talk to them from there. So I still have a somewhat tactical advantage of cover.
Okay. That's going to be a strength check. It's going to be a hard one, though.
Okay.
Just letting you know.
Ability?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably
Sorry,
not.
ladies.
Probably not. It's only a 14.
14? Yeah. All right. You're able to, like push it up, and it teeters over. And what are you guys doing? All of you.
I'm gonna stand like to Guillaume's side.
I'm booking it away from him, and I'm going towards Pierre.
Okay,
and
Pierre's right in the doorway.
I'm following him to Pierre.
Yeah, because one.
I'm gonna hide behind him.
I'm hiding by people so I don't.
3-foot gnome.
As he's running towards me, I'm running towards this capital soldier.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to stop him.
And you kind of had the room a little bit memorized.
I'm gonna give him guidance.
This is not your pistol, by the way. This is just a random gun.
Yeah.
There's another one loaded that your fellow officer was holding.
Is it right
easily
next to
within
me?
your reach?
I was gonna say I'm gonna grab that one too. So the one I have, is that expended?
Yes.
There's no other rounds or anything.
It's like a flintlock.
It's like a flintlock. Okay. So kind of toss the one that I had that was expended and then grab the other one and ready it. But at the same time, also, if I can, I'm gonna ready my sword down out of view behind the desk. So it looks like I just have the.
So like
pistol.
the layout of the room, is it just like the desk and that's it?
Door, desk, enemy, bad guy. Like this guy, and then wall, and then very skinny sideways
Okay.
Like I kind of picked up on like the looks he was given this guy like immediately, so I kind of figured he'd do this. So like I said, I'm running towards him as he's running towards Colton's character.
Are you gonna try to tackle him?
I'm gonna try to do something, hold him back.
Okay.
I mean, wrap yourself around his legs.
Strength
like,
contest.
As I'm running towards him, pulling light crossbow out.
Disadvantage
Off of my hip.
Oh my.
Okay.
I'm gonna give him guidance.
Going towards it.
Strength. He has full cover behind this desk right now, so you can't hit him.
I'm just gonna shoot one at the desk.
Okay.
Just to shoot it at the desk.
Disadvantage because he's still wounded.
I'm 6 feet tall.
Yeah, no.
Come on.
Plus
You
1d4
are short. He is large. And
The
he's
fact that he's
injured.
wounded
It balances out. You get a regular roll each.
Where's my thing?
And then this will determine if you get you're just firing the shot.
21.
21?
9.
All right, you're able to just like push him away, and then you fire the shot, and it, as you're peeking up, it like ricochets off the edge of the desk, like the edge of the top, and some splinters like coat your forehead. No damage or anything. And then what's your move after that?
I'm just gonna keep running. Like I'm gonna go to like hurdle the fucking desk.
Okay.
Can I see him emerging through the smoke, or how thick is the smoke?
It's still very thick.
Still very thick.
Yeah, none of you can see anything. You know where the desk is.
Yeah, so
that's
I'm
about
like
it.
running at the desk like, wait, do I want to hurdle? No, I'm actually just gonna like try to like shove the fucking desk at him and pin him against the wall with it.
Question. Could I hear where he is if he's running at me? On
Perception check disadvantage.
Okay, I figured.
This happens very fast.
And there was a gunshot.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a gunshot.
Nah, it's only a 3.
Okay, yeah, you can't. You don't know where he is.
Okay.
You know he's coming.
Yeah.
Strength contest, advantage, disadvantage.
Okay.
Oh.
I get advantage?
Yeah.
Okay.
No. You're probably gonna be.
No.
Yeah, you're
15.
15?
6. Yeah.
6? All right, you just ram your shoulder into this desk and start, like, I'm actually gonna roll for damage for you because you're opening your wounds again.
Okay.
And you're gonna take bleeding damage. So 2.
Oh god.
Lovely.
No.
So you actually.
I just fixed him.
You ram your shoulder into this desk, and it catches you off guard as you're reaching for your fallen comrade's weapon. And
I already had it at that point, didn't I?
it's happening while this is happening.
Oh,
So
okay.
all of this is happening at once.
Yeah.
And you start to push back, but you lose your footing, and basically you start to stand up, and he rams you into the wall. You're gonna take a d6. You're gonna take 4 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And that should have been bludgeoning earlier with him, but it's neither here nor there.
Okay.
When he blew you against the wall.
Right.
And you're, okay. You stand up and you are pinned against the wall. The desk is pressing like into your like torso, like right here. And you're pinned against the wall by the desk, and you're face to face with this guy, and you can't see each other in dim light. And you have the pistol in your hand.
I'm gonna kind of. He's face to face with me like this.
Basically.
So he can't really see me except the outline of where I am with the desk.
You
and
can
stuff.
both. You can see each other clear enough.
Clear enough.
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm gonna do is, since I'm like this, is just my lower half pinned?
Yes.
Not my arms.
Your arms are free.
Okay. I'm gonna try and reach out and grab him, but at the same time, I'm gonna just kind of tilt my wrist up so that way this gun is aimed like towards his torso. So even if I can't grab a hold of him and pull him in, I could still fire off a shot.
Okay. A grapple.
That could be strength, probably.
Strength, athletic.
It's a disadvantage because he's grappled.
Yeah, you're grappled by the desk technically. So yeah, I'd say disadvantage to try and grab him.
With an athletics, because it's grapple.
Yes, athletics for you.
It's opposing.
It has to be dex for you.
Okay. So that's what is it instead?
The desk is technically pinning you, so like
Acrobatics.
he could just get out of your way.
Yeah.
So, yeah, dex.
Lots
Just
of good
regular
checks
ones
here. We're making good.
Just
use
a regular
of the
dex though.
Yeah, just regular. Just regular.
Okay. 6.
6?
My lowest was a 13.
13? All right, what do? You can grab his face.
So what I do is I just, as he pins me up and he kind of thinks he's got me, I just reach out and I just grab like a big maw of his like throat like that with my hand and just hold it real tight.
And you dig your thumb into his,
no, like that kind of just grab, just like.
As he does this, I'm reaching instead of going for the greatsword because I'm hurt. I'm gonna go for my scimitar on my left side. Pull that out.
Can I push?
You got this.
As he does that, can I push the pistol directly into his ribs and be like,
yeah,
I wouldn't. Just
and
so
I just.
You guys kind of catch each other in a stalemate.
Yeah, like Rocky, just like the little like. Yeah.
All right, go, act it out.
Just screaming out, "Capital scum!"
I wouldn't do that if I were you, lad.
Go into a rage.
Oh.
Just like completely like
DM! Left! Stop him!
All right, you got we're going to treat this like pseudo combat. You've used all your actions. You can't go into rage.
Can't?
Can't. No.
Okay.
It's a bonus action?
No.
So
you've used all your bonus actions.
I'm just screaming at him.
All right, now you guys catch each other in this and you two can now interact.
I'm scraping myself off the
Like
wall.
I said, there's no need for violence.
Silence, shut up! Alright, I'm going to cast one of my cantrips. Specifically, what is it? Thaumaturgy. I believe that's how you say it.
Thaumaturgy.
Yeah, that.
Thaumaturgy.
And one, I knew I'd struggle with that one. And one of it is your voice booms up to 3 times as loud as normal for 1 minute. And with that, I'm just going to rush towards them. So like, you have like what, like a dagger or a scimitar?
I've got a scimitar.
He's got a scimitar like pointed at me, and I have a gun like pointed like at him.
He's got a hand on my throat. He's got a gun to my chest. I'm sitting there like this.
Okay.
We're basically at a stalemate of whoever. It's like a Han versus Greedo type thing.
Yeah.
Who shot first?
So I'm going to, while casting this, I'm gonna run up to them. I'm gonna grab my dagger, kind of pin it up against his scimitar, place my hand in front of his.
Like my gun arm?
Your musket, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And just like I said, with this booming voice just now, it's enough!
You guys are shocked by this, and it does take you out of it a little bit, but you guys have, your eyes are locked on each other, and they dart subtly to him.
Silas is going to return to
I
stealing
would recognize him as a member of the...
You would.
Whatever.
Easily. But
wait, hold on.
Lieutenant, drop your weapon.
Tell this young pup to back away from me before I put a new hole in him.
That's fair. Pierre.
And I kind of like somewhat let go, but my arm's still like outstretched, so like if he makes a sudden move I don't like, I can easily...
And his flesh like pulses out, and like you can see the red, like even slightly black and blue imprint of where your fingers were.
Just... Banners mean nothing right now. Let's talk this through.
This I agree on. I'm sitting here rummaging through the safe still.
I was gonna say, for God's sake. I was gonna say, this. If I didn't have the smoke in front of me, pimp slap from the second that he
The
just
smoke is
immediately
clearing.
went for
Easily.
Okay.
Smoke is
Yeah, I
clearing
see him
now.
going through the safe like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. You started this mess and now you're rummaging through the safe.
Yes?
Leave it to the maggots and leeches to survive a fucking battle.
Listen, the dead have no use for this.
Silas.
You're still pinned behind the desk, by the way.
Yeah.
Do you lower your weapon?
I still kind of have my hand back, but my gun is still like somewhat aimed at him because I don't know what he's doing yet.
Here,
I'm still.
You're still.
I'm still just
then my
completely tensed up, like adrenaline's pumping. The only thing on my mind is...
I'm still gonna keep my gun like trained.
You've got the advantage.
Yeah.
Because you've got range on him. But
Yeah.
you don't
the
know
only
if he
thing
can
on
close
my
the
mind
distance.
is pride.
Here,
That's fine.
Here, can I do a charisma check with Pierre?
Why?
Like negotiation.
That's up to him if
Persuasion?
he listens.
Persuasion, sorry.
Those are mostly for NPCs.
Okay.
Like between you guys, like he decides.
Okay. I can't dictate what you will do afterwards, just let us talk now. And if you must rip yourself to ribbons, fine. Just for the time being.
and you feel a cold gust through the hole in the wall. And there's snow on it, and those of you with facial hair, snowflakes start to dot your mustaches and beards.
After he says this, I'm just kind of gonna, like, because I have like 1 foot up on the desk, like almost like over, so I can like,
Keeping
actually.
him pinned.
So yeah, exactly. I have him keeping him pinned and
That's
just
clever.
like over it, and then like as I'm like this, as he says this, I just kind of slowly lower it and shove off with my leg, like aggressively, you know, to be a little asshole.
Just like little.
Just the. Like, you know, you shove off of somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did that with the desk.
And you're able to get out.
Just kind of push it forward and just be like.
And Silas kind of, because he was rummaging in the safe.
Just
leave it to a cleric or the tranquil priest to be the negotiator in a standoff.
I'm gonna finally let the hood over my head drop. I already failed at 1 negotiation. I don't plan to make that same mistake.
I'm gonna holster that pistol so I still have it on me.
Okay.
You want me
You
to
can add a
that
plus
to
or a -1 pistol.
-1?
Yeah.
Okay. Because it's battered and stuff, I imagine. Yeah.
Flint guard, right?
That I am?
I thought so. You at the now failed peace negotiations before the battle. I recognize you.
Unfortunately, I was. Where that ass of a marshal of ours decided to poke the bear, as it were.
Yes. I remember him being the stubborn type.
A conceited highborn, more concerned with padding his own personal legend than saving the lives of his men. And look where that got him.
Stubbornness and ego only has one path, unfortunately. Look, I understand that we stand on opposing sides, but as you can see, there is a blizzard approaching this fortress. For the time being, we need to put our differences aside and just find somewhere to take shelter. We'll get out of here, and what you choose to do in the free time, I won't stop you. You were stationed here. You would know better than I would, and kind of gesturing to the schematics that were, well, I don't know, I wouldn't have had my hands on them, so I go back and I
The schematics are tipped over on the floor.
Right. Do I see them and kind of like pick them up?
Yeah, you can pick them up.
Okay.
It's a very interesting map. It shows an elaborate inner chamber.
This inner chamber, is there any way to access this from where we are right now?
You know of the way in, of course, but you've lost your key. And the only other one that you know about is in the hands, or the...
Yeah.
you get what I mean?
Yeah. Of the marshal?
With the guy.
Yeah. Okay.
You know where he is. He's out on the parapet.
Yeah.
Just outside of that room, the large war room on the other side.
Yeah.
Opposite the office.
That I do. Seem to have lost my key, but I know where we can get another one.
And where would that be?
Follow me. And I'm gonna start slowly walking, and as I walk, I'm just gonna kind of...
You're looking at the scene.
Keep locking eyes with him for a sec, and then as I get to the doorway, kind of turn my attention towards the scene in front of me.
Yeah. And what's your health? I forget. Were you injured?
It was 32, now it's 28 because of the 4 bludgeoning.
Right. You're all right. You can walk. You aren't bleeding or anything.
Okay.
Am I still bleeding?
Yes, actually. So 1d4 bleeding damage. 2. I don't know what kind that is, just bleeding. And it's subsiding now, but
is this
you're not in good shape.
No, definitely not.
Say again?
Is this still like that front chest wound?
Yes, mostly, but you don't know exactly.
Okay.
You aren't examining him.
Right.
As I'm walking out and I'm seeing the scene in front of me, you said it was like, I see some of them took their own, and I see... a
large war room table extending from near the door of
the
office.
But there's NRO soldiers, like...
all over.
But, like, they, in their last breath, tried to get a stab in kind of thing.
They did.
They did, but that's what I'm saying, is like...
Yeah. A lot of zero-sum games.
Yeah.
Where soldiers took each other's lives.
Just kind of like, as I'm passing by, I'm passing, looking, saying, "Ah, youthful fanaticism. Good for nothing but death and pitiful means of self-sacrifice."
How's the stream? Check the stream.
And then kind of, as I'm saying that, just keep walking towards where I know the key is.
While we're watching, like after I can see that Pierre is like on a leash for now, I'm just gonna kind of my stubby little legs make my way up to Flintguard, and just as I'm following him, just like, my condolences to your comrades. This could have all been avoided.
Is that to me or Pierre?
To you.
To me? Okay. That it could.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, you go.
That it could have. As I said, if not for the vain personal glory of our commander and, the bloodthirsty fanaticism of the youth.
Blame not the poor souls of the NRO. They're merely indoctrinated.
Aye, but indoctrination, you can't really convince people to do something they don't want to do deep down. Isn't that true?
Pierre, where are you?
I'm just kind of walking behind.
Okay. Nursing your shoulder.
Yeah. Kind of taking that cloth that I had before and pressing it up against.
So you walk through the chaos of the war room, and upon the parapet, a balcony. You get your first grand view, all four of you, of this battle. The wastes stretch out as far as the eye can see, and littered on every angle is a pile of fallen soldiers. Perception check, all four of you. What'd you get?
15.
15?
19.
19?
16.
16?
10.
10? Okay. All of you see, as you're observing this grand view, broken engines, these massive movements of forces, you can see the trails in the snow where formations broke into chaos of the battle. You specifically notice two things. First, the avalanche that fell over both sides of the mountain, one into the fort and the other into the other place. And you all see this figure, first of all, the blizzard off to the left, coming from NRO side. It's coming from the east. And you see the figure of the silhouette of a soldier of some kind going through the fields, just far off in the distance. And
we all see it?
Yes, it is eerily silent. And Cade, you got a 19, right?
Correct.
Okay. You angle your eyes some more, adjust your glasses, and you see a swift, the others of you don't notice this exactly, but you see a swift movement of into a corpse. And you can't tell the make of the armor, you can't tell anything else about it, just the silhouette of a humanoid person, and they seem to be putting down the suffering.
I don't know how, but there's someone still alive out there.
There's always usually a straggler from these types of battles.
Yes,
He'll make it about a week before he gets eaten by a pack of wolves.
How far out is this?
Oh, at least a mile and a half. Far, if you guys are here, the fortress walls end here, he's over there. He is at dot.
Is that towards the blizzard?
It's in front of the fort, so the fort faces this way, and then the pass converges here. A mountain, mountain roots, blizzard.
Okay.
That's gonna be really great for audio listeners.
Yeah, it's gonna be fantastic for audio listeners. You're welcome.
All right. We need to continue as we are. Us trying to go that far out into the blizzard, it's no good. We'd get killed off before we even reach that soldier.
It's getting very close. It's starting to reach the ends of the battle, which that's running distance within a few minutes.
Okay.
Poor soul should have sought shelter.
That he should, but knowing how dazed he must be from this bottle.
And by the way, the body that you were looking for is right where you left it.
Right there.
Yep.
Just kind of look out and like real quick just be like, well, instead of doing that, he's more concerned with wandering the battlefield aimlessly like a lost spirit. He's bound to become one here in a minute with that blizzard on the horizon. And then as I'm saying that, kind of look down and grab the key off of the guy.
It's tucked on a string inside of his armor.
And just
describe that for us, the character.
The guy?
Yeah. History check.
Would I have met this person?
No.
I don't remember if you fully... I think you did.
Soldier out.
He is a young elf.
Oh wait, you did send me it.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Older than you.
Yeah.
But he doesn't quite fit his armor.
16.
16? That's the fort commander that you met with.
Okay.
The soldier out stabbing bodies. Am I able to recognize who that, or
No.
what, or not who it is, but like what faction they are?
Mm-mm.
No? Okay.
It's so far off. They're like a speck.
Right.
So, as I'm kind of reaching down and ruffling through to grab this key, it's kind of clearly obvious that this guy didn't die, like, in battle in the same sense as all the others, like in this horrific scene of, like, fighting back or anything like that. On his... How visible would wounds be on the body at this point, like bruising, because of how long he's been out here?
He hasn't been out there much longer than the other ones.
So it'd still be visible?
He would look like he passed in the battle.
He would?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, it's a younger...
You don't know anything.
He's a younger high elf, and he's kind of on the ground, and he's got a stab wound kind of up into his chest cavity, and he's just kind of got a look of like anguish, like on his face with like bloodshot eyes,
and they're starting to gray.
The look of like he got stabbed.
The face you make when you get stabbed. You know?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah,
It's like that at Tu Brute face.
Yeah, pretty much.
So you find the key.
Yeah. So take it and just go. This will get us where we need to go.
All right. Well, lead the way. We don't have much time.
Yes. I'd say we best get inside before that blizzard on the horizon decides to turn us all into past memories.
So you exit the chilly room, and at the top of the fort, where you guys entered the ramp, rather than going down the ramp, Flint Guard tucks away through a side door that leads to a spiral staircase that goes deep down. You all manage this easily, and there's actually no bodies in here. It doesn't seem like the fighting got in here. No interest, I guess. Maybe some soldiers passed through, but it leads down to a cellar where there are several cells of different types of just where they kept prisoners. It's your prison.
Mm-hmm.
And you check very quickly to see just if any of them survived. And all the doors have either been blown open or shots have been rung through them. None of the prisoners that you were holding survived. And you pass by these cells through another series of, like, you pass through the kitchens, the quartermastery, all of these different areas. Fighting has reached most of them. And finally, you arrive at a less finished portion of the fortress, where a wall seems to have been caved in. And the rubble has been cleared, and there are lamps and lanterns burning. Some electric, some oil, just lighting up the area. And before you, morphed into the stone in kind of a ramshackle way, is a large 10-foot door. And it's got steel barricades affront it. It's got 2 different locks. It has these large girders that make it almost impenetrable to break through. And wait, did you say your first name? I don't think so.
I don't think I did.
Okay. Flintguard goes up to the door and inserts the key into one, and then the second, and then those locks slowly and the door opens slowly, revealing a dusty cavern that is far warmer than outside. You feel it on your face immediately, the contrast between the cold outside. And as this opens, you feel the wind intensify through the caverns, and snow begins to fall down the stairs. Oh, never mind. So, you guys are... the blizzard has arrived at the fortress after all this time. And the door is open.
I would assume at that point I'd just kind of be like, deeper this way. The only way we'll survive this cold, down here.
Flintguard, this door wouldn't happen to close, would it?
It does.
I was going to say...
You've been through here several times.
It's only like girders, right? Like
yeah, and
bars.
you can close it behind you.
Yeah.
It's one door.
Yeah. It'll close, but I don't know how much protection against the elements it's going to give us.
Something's better than nothing.
So you guys tuck in quickly as another force of wind comes through, and this is sharper. It bites at your skin. You can feel your skin instantly freezing a little bit. This is an intense blizzard. And you tuck in, and you work hard to close the door together. And then as you get it closed and lock the door, you all look around to dust the snow off of yourselves, and randomly, you notice another person has joined you at the very last second.
Uh-oh.
She seems to have... you describe... She seems to have snuck through the door at the very last second. And she seems to just be joining you guys...
out of thin air.
Yeah, out of thin air with no hostile intent. Yep. Perfect.
How many horrible things can Silas say?
So, describe your character. What?
So, you just see this girl, this like half-elf girl, who just comes in. Her hair's a bit of a mess. It's like in this like bubble braid, about like this short. She's like has like dirty blonde hair, purple eyes, and you just see her outfit kind of being torn and like disheveled, and it's like a uniform, like a woman's uniform. And like one of her boot is just like half ripped off, while the other one's just intact. So you just see everything, and she's just like, "Oh my god." Hello. 2 questions. Who are all of you? Where are we? And actually, are they all asleep? That's actually wait. That's 3 questions actually. Yeah.
And also, I should add, she is wearing a Combine officer's uniform, with no insignias, and wrapped around her waist is an NRO flag that's been torn and tattered.
I'm just like...
Flintguard, is this one of yours?
Long story, but she wouldn't harm a fly. Come on.
Who is she?
All that matters is that she's a survivor. She's trapped down here with us. Ma'am, if you want to come with safe refuge and not freeze to death in the bloody blizzard outside, come on.
I didn't think it was that cold, but shit.
Aiden, how's she coming through? Project the stream.
Real quick, like, would I have to do like an investigation to see like any wounds, injuries?
You can, if she'll let you.
Just like not investigating, just like going off of appearance.
She seems untouched.
Okay. Despite the ratty condition her clothes are in.
The only thing that you, the only thing that you like can see is that yes, where her clothes were ripped is that somebody slashed at her, but there doesn't seem to be any blood coming through, and it just seems that her clothes are tattered. Her boots as well. Like these are high, like knee-high boots, and one of them is completely torn off, like she described. Yeah. And the only thing that you notice about her is that she seems to be darting her eyes around a lot.
Okay, as she's kind of just, I'm like, oh, Madam, are you harmed in any way? You seem to be a rather disheveled condition.
If you're using the French, you would refer to her as Mademoiselle.
What's that?
Mademoiselle.
Oh, okay, okay.
I think I'm fine. I would like to know where are we? I didn't get that answer. Exactly, what is this place? I'm very confused.
You don't know.
You don't know what this place is?
No, I do not know where we are.
Do I kind of see this? Like, as I'm walking, I hear this behind me?
Yeah.
I'm just going to kind of stop for a second, turn around and go, Ma'am, you are with the forces of the Capital Combine. Seems you're experiencing some amnesia. You're a petty officer. That's all you need to know. Now, come on.
Exactly, what is that? I'm very confused.
And I'm gonna start walking while they're talking to her.
This woman is experiencing amnesia. I need to. Is there any way I can would I look for maybe blunt trauma to the head?
That's your choice. You can look for that.
Okay, I'm gonna hearing that. I'm okay, well, I'm gonna kind of grab her by the sleeve and bring her down to my level and just kind of start examining the head, being
Do you let him?
Should I let this short man drag me?
Stop checking her out.
He's fine. like a kid. Just
ma'am.
Mom.
Tugging at the screen.
No medical expertise at all. Yum, she looks fine.
No, but if she is experiencing amnesia, that could suggest a multitude of ailments that I need to see. Ma'am, if you would be so kind, I need to see if you've experienced any blunt trauma to the head, any force damage, something. For your well-being.
He's aware of force damage.
I do not
It's getting meta.
But sure. And then I just lower down and I'm just I'm so, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just
I'm just kind of
what's going on?
So you kind of root through her hair a little bit and you don't see anything wrong.
Okay.
It appears like her hair appears very silky, but you blame that on the snow.
Doesn't seem like you were
I just want it on the record. Flintguard's still carrying on down.
Okay.
He's just I got stuff to do.
So you
with.
carry on by yourself a little bit, just
Yeah.
ignoring the situation, and then you suddenly see a lantern approaching, and you hear just very soft footsteps coming up the tunnel.
I'm just gonna kind of. Who's there?
And it pauses for a second. Who's there?
Would I know who it is, considering who's supposed to be down here?
You recognize the voice.
Okay.
It is a man named Yemen.
Oh, okay. Yemen, is that you, Yov?
And he comes around the corner. And it's this, he's in a suit coat, very finely dressed with dust around his pants and his wrists. He has these very large glasses, and he is a young elven person with dark skin. And he just looks at you and says, "Oh, Captain, yes, we were just coming to inquire. We haven't gotten our delivery." And you guys see this, or what are you doing?
Are you guys still on the stairs, or are you down?
I would have followed him.
And he's just this young person, and he seems to recognize Flintguard.
I would say it's safe to say your delivery is going to be postponed for a little bit.
Oh, was it the earthquake?
No, it wasn't an earthquake. The NRO attacked the fortress.
Ah.
As I walk into view.
Ah. Should we?
That's a
No. It's a temporary alliance.
The professor gave me this in case, and he pulls out a gun.
Is he just like pointing it like when he brings it out? Like
he doesn't exactly know how to use it. But I haven't.
Can I like just grab? Can I just like grab it like by the barrel and point it down?
Handily.
I'm just like, my God! Yemen, you bloody fool! You do that? Oh Jesus!
Tensed and ready, just like.
Yeah, just like.
Immediately.
Exactly. You want to get everybody killed? You pointed at everyone like that with your finger on the trigger.
I'm not a soldiering man. I'm sorry. So the Order attacked the fortress?
The Order attacked the fortress, yes.
Okay. And did we win?
Safe to say nobody won. What matters though is
Are we still funded? No, that's the wrong question to ask in the moment. I'm sorry, sir.
Have you and the professor found what it is that we were looking for?
I thought we weren't supposed to discuss this in front of anyone.
You all follow behind. I'm gonna go talk to him for a second. I hand you the pistol back, and I'm gonna say, walk.
Do you do anything to the pistol before you hand it back?
I'm just gonna kind of be like, before I hand it to him and he goes to grab it, I'm be like, keep your finger off the trigger unless you mean to fire it.
Yes, sir. And he grabs it and instinctually wraps his finger around it.
I'm just gonna grab it and just like bonk him on the head with it and be like,
hold on.
Idiot.
He takes 1 bludgeoning damage.
You do it again, I have half a mind to fire it into your foot.
Yeah, I understand, Captain. And he doesn't even go for the handle, he just grabs it like this. It's like, and he just adjusts his glasses and then picks his lantern back up. Are we going to see the site and the professor? Yes? I assume?
You all follow behind. Cleric, I expect you to keep them in check. I have important matters to discuss.
And you kind of push him ahead and he's like, shouldn't we be contacting someone? And he just keeps walking at your...
As they're walking off, I'm just... Sorry.
What?
Don't worry about it.
War of the Worlds.
I didn't know if that was someone with the mics or not.
No, I thought it was for a sec too.
Yeah.
As he's like pushing
Make
them
sure
off,
it's not coming through that.
I don't think it is. I think it was just the dehumidifier screeching for some reason.
Continue.
So kind of just push him forward as we're going, and you know what I said about keeping them in check. Just kind of walking with my hand on his back, like.
Shall I give them the tour? No? Yes? No?
Don't show them anything until I give you the okay, okay?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes.
So, in kind of a hushed tone, be like, did you find it?
Not now. There's been developments.
What do you mean?
And he just starts walking, and then instinctually, like, some of these caverns are 3,000 years old. Do you stop him?
As he's just yelling, I'm gonna kind of just like, as we're walking, just grab him by like his like scruff on the back of his hair, and just like, when I ask you a fucking question, I expect an answer. In hushed tones, tell me.
Yep. Okay. It's best if I let the professor let me explain it to you. So. Let us continue.
I'm gonna kind of like release my hold of like his scruff and just be like.
So he just carries on, like muttering to himself, checking his bag. He's very squarely adjusting his glasses. There is not a single moment that he isn't fidgeting. And the rest of you, as you're walking, anything at all?
They've got the sketchy character.
It's quite a walk. It's about 10 minutes.
Okay. Do I hear any of this?
You hear them bickering.
Because we're pretty far ahead. Like, I made a point of being, like
15 feet.
back. Yeah.
You don't hear anything, anything of interest.
Okay.
That you would find of interest.
So, how are all of us?
They're all just looking at each other like...
This is a really nice place.
Resorted to a common babysitter. Unbelievable. Look, ma'am, it is very important that if you have any symptoms or...
He's got a notebook out, actually.
Following
behind you.
Me immediately. In cases of amnesia, urgency is our top priority, so anything at all, you report to me immediately, understood?
Okay.
Okay,
What about all of you?
Silas is distracted, rooting through his coat again, reloading a canister in.
Okay.
Okay. What kind of canister?
Firebolt this time.
Okay. We're going to say that you have to determine that
Yes,
every
I
time,
will this
so we
time.
avoid that situation
Yeah.
before. Yeah.
All right, do you know your name, at the very least?
Name.
Yes.
Name.
The one you were born with, preferably.
Well, can you just give me a minute?
The fact that it's taking you this long is concerning.
Celestia.
Are you sure?
Yes, I think so. Do not make me doubt, please.
Wouldn't want to introduce doubt into your mind, now would we? Okay, anything else? Your age, when you were born, where you were born.
Well, slow down. I'm very confusing. I don't remember.
Okay. My apologies, I shouldn't rush you. Just anything at all that would be of use to you or me that you can remember. Anything.
No, I don't have anything.
Would I have an idea of like what this may be? Any working theories?
You
like any form of specific amnesia, just...
We're gonna do a combo. History check,
okay,
and then a medicine check.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
No.
So the history is a 5 and the medicine was a 1.
Nat 1.
You remember
First
passingly...
nat 20 and 1.
She's terminal.
Do you remember passingly from your time in the Great Desert that there was this rare condition where a worm would get into the ear and then make you forget everything?
I grab her by the shoulder. I tilt her head like.
Can I like?
Can you please?
Even Silas thinks this
me?
is invasive.
Oh, thank Roke.
Excuse
And then
me.
you remember after that sometimes you can't see it.
Wait, do I have? Okay, would it make sense for me to have like any?
You do have a pair of pliers in your kit.
Down again.
No, thank you. No, I think I'm fine.
It is very important.
Silas is gonna push him off of her.
You.
Listen.
Am I hearing all this?
Calm down.
Yeah.
She's fine.
This young woman could very well have parasitic worms inside of her skull as we speak.
But I understand. Do you understand how crazy you sound? We're in a frozen landscape.
I was gonna say, would I be able to
Why
hear
would there be
this
worms
and know what
here?
he's talking about with the worms? Having been
History
in-
check.
Even Silas is seeing.
And
Why would
in
there
my
be
head,
worms
I was like, all right, if he gets 20s, he's gonna know like some very common conditions. But if he gets low, he's gonna know some extreme, crazy, rare ones.
There are worms. There are worms in her
Say
head.
again, 14.
14? You've passingly heard of this. Not enough. You've never seen it or heard of it talked seriously. It's like how we would think of like brain-eating and amoebas.
Yeah.
Where it's like you know of cases, but you don't know of cases.
I'm just gonna walk like a little bit away just from him. Just be like, okay, just gonna scoot a little bit away.
Why would they be there?
And he's like, I'm sorry. He's like, it's not you doing that or the worm.
As that's happening, I'm
My
just
God,
like
they've
kinda
already
slow,
gone.
I'm like walking past, and I'm like, settle down, old man. She was clearly dropped as a child.
Oh my god!
Just like shoves through.
As when he says that, I just kind of want to like say like, turn around and glance and just be like, Cleric, I've never heard of a single case of that worm story being true. I was in Crate too. It's an old wives' tale.
You mean Crassus?
Crate, the desert.
An incorrect colloquialism, but nonetheless.
Can I stop for a second and just turn around?
And Yemen keeps carrying on, and then he realizes that you stopped and are walking back, and I'm like, oh.
I'm gonna kind of walk up just so I'm like standing over him and look down.
With tweezers in my hand.
And just look down and say,
very, like a vial and tweezers.
Just go,
yes. Snip, snip.
Okay.
it is a desert. Any of the fools who call it criteria have never had to watch a man get swallowed by their sand demon worms. Do you know what the sound of a man's bones are when they get crushed one by one in the maws of one of those creatures? Or the evil chittering of those foul pests when they cut a man in two? No, you don't. So as far as I'm concerned, it's a godforsaken desert. And then I'm just gonna turn around and just keep walking.
Okay. And just so you guys are aware, Cratinia is the Rubian translation of Crasissus, and that's been colloquialized into the Crate Desert. And that's...
Angry soldiers just love to pull rank. Alright, listen, Celestia.
Anyway,
Maybe
back
I
to
was-
worms. No.
Back to the worms.
After you're talking about giant worms, those
worms!
smaller worms, yeah.
Roll for worms.
It's all worms.
Roll for how many worms?
Roll a D100.
I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh.
Is running
I may have been a bit brash beforehand. I apologize. Just if at any moment you experience some kind of a hot burning feeling in your forehead, in between your eyes, or a stroke perhaps, just inform me. And I'm going to go back to my notes.
A stroke, perhaps.
If you experience light hallucinations to heavy hallucinations to the feeling of, I can only describe it as a worm in your head.
To a feeling I can only describe as, ah!
He means if you feel
If you feel something crawling around behind your face, let me know.
What?
Hey, let's continue.
The young man might have
Jesus
been
Christ.
right.
Oh, God.
Worms.
And he's just scribbling theories.
Oh, good. Got you. Okay, yes, good.
Okay.
All right, you guys arrive at a larger chamber. And did I? No, I did not have this. Okay, cool. You guys arrive at a larger chamber, this massive, like, cavern. And it's like a grotto, like a natural cave with several like salt pools around the edges, some steam coming off them. It's very warm in here, actually. Like about like 75 degrees Fahrenheit is the best way to put it. And you feel the wet steam on your skin, and it's so warm, in fact, that the ice that was in your hair and your beards and on your armor starts to turn into precipitation. And there's light clouds on the top of it. That's how large this chamber is. And at the very foot of like where this makeshift like staircase going down with these, the best way to put them is, outside of buildings. What do they call those when they're building them?
Scaffolding.
Scaffolds, yes. The scaffold staircase that spirals down about 50 feet from this ledge that you were at. To a makeshift encampment that's very well lit, with several tents, about 15 tents, and a workstation with some like baubles going on, some like different laboratory conditions, workstations, stuff like that is the best way to put it, underneath this like little tarp canopy. And none of you have really seen, except you, of course, none of you have really seen anything like this before. It reminds you of a military encampment, but it doesn't seem to be structured with that sense. There's a main avenue leading down that's been like carpeted in like rubber rugs with all kinds of lights around, and along this avenue are the tents that lead into where your eyes are drawn up. Spotlights shine upon it. An enormous cathedralic keep of some kind. This large, like castle-like structure at the front. There are two different like towers that don't have a top. They build into the rock at the bottom and the top. And there's a door at the very center. But you can see very clearly that one of the tops of the tower have fallen down into rubble and covered the entrance and several parts of it. And you descend the scaffold, and as you do, Yemen starts saying, Professor, we have visitors and news, and Kit.
Can you check Discord as well?
Yippee.
Yippee.
Wahoo.
Soon. Yeah.
Yay.
So,
the gang's all together.
Describe your character. You approach her. How do you respond to Yemen saying this? You're at work, busy. Don't even turn around.
She'll probably,
You sent him up to find out what was going on, and he's back way sooner than you expected.
Okay. She just lets out like a really long sigh and visitors? Why do we have visitors? And then take a little look around. I'll describe her first.
Yep, describe her character now.
She has like
how's she coming through?
She's probably like 5'8" something. Has like a more like golden kind of like lighter complexion. Her hair is really messy. It's like blonde. It has like a white, not white, but like a light blonde streak up here.
Your hair a little bit open.
Like a light blonde streak through there, but it's like back in a messy ass ponytail, curly, just all over.
Scoot over a little bit.
Little. Okay. Hi. Little, not little, but like little circle glasses. That she'll probably like, as she looks around, like push up. And she has like brown gloves on that are probably dirty as all hell at the moment. She'll like look directly at
flank guard.
Yep.
Captain.
Oh, yep. Captain, you. I thought it seemed a little bit more.
Yes, I intercepted him. Professor, they have news that they would like to tell you very quickly and now.
Go on, I'm waiting.
Professor, the NRO hit the fort. Both sides are decimated, but...
Huh? Again? What?
The NRO hit the fort. Both sides are decimated.
Is that what it was? That wasn't an earthquake? I thought it was an earthquake. Didn't you think it was an earthquake?
Yes, I thought it was an earthquake.
I think we thought it was.
That was my that was my theory. Don't let that reflect on
the
the
rambling of academics. So, dear Roke.
Get to it. Come on. Get the point.
What have we found? Are they in the tent with us?
You guys are all like in this open work area.
Okay.
And it's not like a tent. It's like open sides, like a pavilion, but with tarps.
Okay.
How far back are they from?
Near enough, within 10 feet.
All right. And just when you ask like, what have you found? She'll like, her eyes will like, and she has like one more like it's a paler green, but then she also has like a lilac and left eye, sure.
Yeah.
But she'll like quickly look up to you guys. Just, who are you people? Why are you down here?
Yes, I was wondering the same thing, but the honorable captain would not let me ask the questions until we arrived. But yes, I'm also wondering.
Because you're not all finding out what we are looking at down here. Please?
Silas is going to reach out a hand to shake.
You notice the device.
Silas Canan, nice to meet you.
You notice the device on his arm and immediately take interest.
The device.
What's that? What'd you get there?
I pull my sleeve down.
Secrets. I see. Fine. Nice to meet you as well.
Long story short, Professor, we picked up some stowaways. We got a cleric. We got petty officer.
And the NRO person, yes.
Ah.
Yes, the misguided young lad with fanatical issues. Yeah, him.
Don't worry, she's fine. She's here, fine.
I don't care about all your petty squabbles.
And
all
he's
that.
like wringing his hands. He specifically can't stop looking at you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm from Roshador. No, I'm from Rubia, actually.
Yemen?
Okay.
Who are you people? Oh, and outside of that, but why are you also down here? Not that I know who you are.
Well, there's not much left up there.
I don't know what type of projects you have going on down here, but above ground, Farnard is utterly decimated. Both sides dead.
Wait, the dead?
That's awful.
I thought they were asleep.
I was inquiring about our funding. Perhaps you might have more success.
Oh, yes.
We'll get back to that.
Well, the shipment, funding, that would be great to know, actually. Can we get into that?
There is a blizzard ravaging. There is a blizzard ravaging the remains of Farnard right now as we speak.
Ooh.
Very cold, I felt it, yes.
That's usually how blizzards are, sure.
In my experience.
I highly doubt that you're going to be getting your shipment anytime soon.
Oh, I can't be hearing that. Can't you send out a...
Professor, sending anybody out there in that cold is a death sentence.
Yeah, I'm sure you have someone who can withstand it or whatever. I can
Did the
contact-
fixators arrive at least?
No.
Ah, well,
It's kind of hard to get new people into the fort when, you know, we're being besieged by
well, we seem to have a lot of new people in the fort.
Yes, you found quite a few, actually. I don't see any issue there.
If we're being besieged by bloodthirsty, misguided proletariats, it's kind of hard to get new people into the fort.
He meant no offense.
Yeah, man.
Blinkard,
I like this guy.
you have kept us in the dark long enough. What is it that you have going on down here?
And who are you to make that distinction?
And immediately you
know
see
you
them, initially they were at each other's throats, but they kind of like even fan their defenses proverbially out to like, now they seem like they're protecting something. They seem unified suddenly.
I've provided you warm shelter against the blizzard upstairs. I didn't kill the mangy pup and your sneak thief friend.
No offense.
When I had the chance. You I hold no grudge to. You're a cleric. You're doing your work. And as for the petty officer, I could have just let her freeze to death, but you know, not much of us left now, is there? I provided you warm shelter, didn't kill you where you stood. I feel like that's good enough compensation. Let me have my secrets.
I have a perfect idea. Go sit on the stairs out there. All of you. Please?
Okay, that's fine, Mommy.
No.
Oh, perfect.
Oh, no.
I
okay.
think I'll stay here. Actually.
These are things that, this is very old things that I do not want any of you to possibly break or get in the way of, or
Your hands are dirty.
Yemen has a point there. Yes.
And like looking at your hands, blood soaked.
I'm covered in blood.
Madam, we are dealing with far more precious things than meager items right now. Too many lives have already been lost, and we have more at stake.
It's not our problem.
Professor,
It's not my problem.
may I make a proposition? With the shipment, we also had a new shipment of laborers, and these seem able-bodied.
She's gonna like very like clearly squint her eyes and just look over each one of them. I don't know about that. Well, maybe a few of them.
If we do not take what we are given, like they said, we may not be getting new hands in a while. And you understand, I'm sure, that we must break through this last something.
Fine, whatever.
Should I give them hard hats this time so they don't perish like the others?
Yes, you probably should.
Okay.
Safety is important.
He goes off to another one of the tents, leaving you guys all alone for a few minutes.
So what do I have to do to not have to do any labor?
Well, being that you're down here in the not apparent blizzard up there, that means that you should probably be doing some labor. How about a little bit, if you're so curious about what's happening down here, right?
You just hear a clattering in one of the other tents.
Now you could care less. Idea. You tell me that's what you have, and I won't make you do work. Do we have a deal?
We could talk about it.
All right. I'll take that. What are you all good at? Are you pickaxe, or you good at a little cleaning off small artifacts, or?
And you see Yemen returning with a bunch of like helmets, far too many.
I got one with
and they just like are falling out of his hands. Says, I think we are mostly in need of pickaxes and pyrotechnics, Professor. Last I checked.
All right. Well, you maybe.
Glares.
I could
like,
help with
as
pyrotechnics.
if.
I could help with pyrotechnics.
Professor, perhaps if we confided slightly in them, they might be more inspired. This is a discovery that wins hearts and minds.
This is true. What? Your thoughts?
Professor, remember what you came here to do, and who you came here to do it for.
Yes, well, you haven't exactly told us that.
You came here to do it for command, did you not?
Yes, we understand that.
Well, as
but
it stands, I'm the remaining command left.
Yes, sir.
How do we know that?
Should we inform them? And you. Like I said, there have been developments.
As it stands, all they need to know is that what we're doing down here is important. And that if anybody damages it in any kind of way, they'll be strapped to the next rock that gets blew up with pyrotechnics.
I hope that's just for the new people. Okay. May I?
Please, be my guest.
Well, and some of this is news to you as well, Professor Loveland. But a few months ago, how long have we been here?
Probably, gosh, almost a year, almost. Right? 6?
I have no
8?
idea.
7? It's hard to tell down here. You can lose track of time.
But, and you see, like, suddenly you guys notice, like, there's, like, black circles around their eyes.
Yeah.
Like cave dwellers.
Do you sleep?
Huh?
Do you sleep?
I don't really like to often. I only have the trance anyways, but, you know. There's a lot of things to be doing down here. A lot of things to be doing.
But a few months ago, or 6 months ago, we don't know exactly how long. I'm sure you have a better idea, Captain Rengard. The Capital Combine, upon garrisoning the fort, discovered something. You came across the fallen wall as you entered, yes?
That is correct.
Well, that wall has been standing for an estimate of over 3,000 years. And behind it was a far more interesting discovery than a simple ancient fortress. As you can see before us, and he looks to the keep, it is grand. And within are secrets to Rubian history that have never been before published, recognized, discovered, have what you will. But as you can also see, the rubble has blocked the way. I imagine it's something to do with the battle above. We would appreciate the assistance in uncovering, or re-uncovering, what was inside.
Pretty good.
Pardon, but I did not catch your name.
Oh, I am Yemen.
Yemen.
I am an associate graduate student of the College of Roshador.
It is in my experience that negotiation is best handled when both sides have an appropriate amount of information. And as of now, all you have given us is that we are here to dig out something.
Something very important.
Yes, yes, yes.
And now you understand as much as we did when we began. I can promise you that unmolested Rubian crypts are immensely unfoundable.
And why would this be a priority when there is currently a civil war going on?
Well, ask the captain that question. I do not care
Oh, well,
I'm just gonna say,
Maybe we
Flintguard's
should
just kind
hear them
of
out.
glaring at Yemen when he looks over at him at that point.
Or ask me. I could guess.
No, just like you better watch what you say type thing. Like,
or I could shut up.
For your own safety.
It is beyond me to discuss military matters. I'll leave that to not him, not any. Let's just all avoid the subject.
they gave you enough information to know that what we have down here is important. It's a Rubian crypt, untouched. That's valuable historical knowledge. You would agree, wouldn't you, cleric?
I'm not one to get so obsessed over the past.
Yeah.
Oh, I wouldn't even think of that. Right, Professor? Okay. It's a joke.
What my values are, my purpose here is to preserve the present and the future. Only fools go around picking their fingers in the dirt. So unless you want to share with us what it is that is so important, I will have no interest here and I will go about my business.
If we're such fools, you can go back up there. Picking around in the dirt.
Quite right, actually. If you have no further use for being down here, you could easily go back upstairs to the blizzard.
I hope you like
Be my
the cold.
guest.
If they are so interested in this, it might be a good idea to help them out.
Maybe we'll pay you a little bit as well. For your travels.
Never mind.
Yeah, no, maybe not actually.
I have a question. So.
Oh, it speaks. I'm sorry. he just has no filter whatsoever.
Well then.
Ask her a question.
Thank you.
Don't pay mind to him.
Some mind.
I would think it would be best if we all knew what was going on, so that we all had an idea. But if
you want to speak about knowing what's going on,
well, if we don't, if there's a problem, why don't you just kill us?
Why would we do that?
I don't know.
Why do we need violence?
Well,
I have the gun.
Well,
Like just kind of
if you're just so worried
jet
about
my
us
eyes towards him.
seeing this, then you could just, just.
I'm not going to just kill you all. I mean, you are intruding in my
Then why-
space, but
Then why can't we not know?
because it is very valuable things, and I don't know who you people are. You might come down here and be like, oh, wow, you guys found this thing that we've been looking for 7, 6, a year, who knows how many months, and then, oh, I'm going to take it and then bring it back somewhere else. That's why.
I'm still so confused.
Listen,
Okay.
if we come to an agreement, there's no reason for me to do that.
If I may.
You expect me to take the word of a grave robber on his honesty?
Ooh.
The dead need nothing.
Lieutenant.
And that is why.
Would you be so kind as to speak to me in private?
That's fair.
Keep an eye on him. I'm just gonna walk over with.
his rank is captain. I'm sorry.
We're past the point of rank mattering at this point, Yemen.
Oh, okay, Havarun.
At that point, just kind of stop mid-stride and just turn around and go.
Captain. Sir?
I'm just gonna kind of walk over without saying a word, take my gauntlet off, and just.
Okay, not
then
that
put it
hard
back on.
to my assistant.
As far as I'm concerned, and I'm gonna just kind of grab his face like that and just check his sides, be like, no long-lasting injuries.
Psychological, just off to the wind, I guess.
And then I'm gonna turn around and just go, come on.
So as we're walking, just. Flintguard, I understand you're a soldier. So you have your orders, and clearly one is to keep a vow of silence on whatever it is you're doing down here. And if that's the case, so be it, I will not pry. But you need to understand my purpose here.
And what would that be? As a cleric of the order, I could assume to preserve human life in any way, shape, or form. That the gist of it?
More or less. Like I said, I will not pry the specifics. But I need your word, a promise, that whatever it is that we are uncovering down here. It will not put at risk the lives of everyone in this chamber. That includes you and I.
Guillaume, was it?
Guillaume Vimender, Arch-Cleric of the 26th Clerical Corps of the Tranquil Breeze.
Put a hand on your, well, I can't, down that here, like that. Put a hand on your shoulder. Just like,
Okay. Keep it offline.
That's too low. A little bit more yip to it, like a puppy.
Put him in the corner.
Yep, get in the corner. Right
Dunce
now.
corner.
Dunce corner.
I knew I'd be pushing it.
Alright. So, well, Guillaume, as you heard that bumbling academic over there say, the name's Haroon. Captain Haroon Flintguard with the Capital Combine. So, what I can promise you, as you may have guessed, my orders include keeping tight lips on what's going on down here. What I can assure you though, what is down here is not only for the betterment of the Capital Combine and at the cost of anybody. It's for the betterment of Rubia as a whole. Do you understand? I may wear capital colors, but I care about Rubia, not self-conceited men who wave their banners so pridefully that they can't even see the men dying at their feet. That's what I care about. I may be a captain, but I was a soldier at one point. Remember that. And then I'm gonna kind of just pat him on the shoulder and be like, we have an understanding?
Yes, we do have room.
Now, if you wouldn't mind helping me get the rest of this rowdy bunch in line so we can get to work and wait out this blizzard.
Oh, well, that will definitely be a challenge, but one I think we can make do.
All right, then. Professor!
Yes. What? Speak.
I'd say it's about time we put this rowdy bunch to work.
Fine by me.
Each of you take a hard hat, and he starts handing them out.
Don't forget to buckle them. Yemen did that the first time.
Don't pinch your skin, and then as you buckle.
I'm just like watching, just like.
So these hard hats, they're like mercantile brand hard hats. They're like they're blue with the roque eagle on the side.
They even branded their own hard
like
hats.
Jurassic Park hard hats.
That's his outfit.
Does Pierre put on one, or is he too stubborn?
Oh, I'm not putting that thing on.
I walk up to Pierre with a hard hat and just...
I'm not sure he'd be suited for the work, and he points at his leg. You're still, like, limping slightly.
And I'm gonna kind of lean into him and be like, would your pride be so grand that you would allow yourself to die from a stray rock?
There's like a few things running through my head. Pride is just about the only thing left that I have.
Tread carefully. A lot of your comrades had pride. Look where that got them.
Can I take a rock and scratch the Roke logo off of his helmet?
Better scratching the serial number off.
I'm just gonna grab it. I'm just gonna, instead of like dropping it, I'm just gonna hold on to it instead. Not really put it on.
Captain. Put yours on. You're helping too.
We have matters to discuss, do we not?
Fine. Yes.
We discuss and then I help them with the grunt work.
Alright. Perfect.
I've adjusted mine so that it doesn't mess up my hair. He puts it on, and it looks the exact same.
It looks great.
The temptation to bully this guy.
Does Celestia have hers on currently?
Do you see where
Well, I copied you, so.
As he says that, I'm going to take the hard hat in my hands and knock him on his.
Mine?
Yeah.
Oh.
Just like,
oh.
Works. Maybe we can do a break. Maybe.
Yeah. So we're already. So, with that, we are going to take a short break, and we will be back with the last leg of the first session of the Rubian Strife. See you soon.
Now we have blue collar jobs.
screen.
Hello, welcome back.
Yay.
Yay.
Joyous moment.
So, I'm
so stressed.
Last we left, why are you stressed out?
These guys are all crazy, man.
Whoa. What?
Last we left off, we got introduced to the members of our party. First, our cleric gnome, who has been trying to keep the peace. Then our... I'll let you guys give yourself a title. 2 words, an adjective and a noun. Go.
Not all at once.
Sociopathic businessman. Anyway.
I was going to say the sleaze bag, but...
Fair.
I don't know, angsty teen?
Angsty teen?
Or solemn soldier.
Forgetful lady? I don't know. What do you want me to say?
Brilliant archaeologist.
Okay. So.
Ego.
No.
Last we left off, you guys... You guys were describing, or you guys were discussing what you're going to be doing for this professor that you've discovered in the crypt beneath the Siege of Farnard. Oh yeah, and Yemen. Yemen was there.
No.
Yeah, Yemen.
You can forget Yemen.
Forget
it's
about
okay.
him. Not forget Yemen.
All right, so we haven't gotten her name yet, right?
You've heard Professor Lovelin.
Level what?
Lovelin.
Lovelin. Gotcha.
Gotta take his notes.
Wait, is it Lovelin or Lavellin?
Lavellin.
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 I don't know why I didn't correct you. I just zoned the fuck out.
Just like,
So, this arm guard.
Oh, yes.
Away from them, preferably.
Alright, fine by me. Over here. There's a nice little dark corner for us.
So this is an alteration of,
Are we like...
I think, some Scarian technology?
Some what?
Scarian?
Okay. Do you know what it does?
This right here, and I press and the blade comes out from my hand. Is that? Can't really show you the other part. It's a little dangerous.
He starts stimming a little bit. Like, not he forgets that you're there and he's just talking about it.
And I put the blade away. But basically I load canisters into the inside of the arm. They normally have powders, some sort of substance that shoots out, and it usually works the way intended. It sometimes gas, sometimes explosions.
Usually works the way. Huh.
Still gotta figure out some of the issues with it, but it's pretty useful.
That's very interesting. What did you say you got it again?
It's some sort of Scarian technology that's been altered.
Scarian.
Scarian.
Scary.
And you got it how?
It's a good question.
Yes, it is, especially since you were called a grave digger or something. No,
I got it
robber.
in a
There we
business
go.
deal.
Ah. May I roll an insight?
Sure.
Alright.
This is some BS.
Do you need one?
No, but oh my god. Hello? How do I roll? Fuck. Here we go. Found it. Oh. We got a 4.
Colton scoot in a little bit and then you scoot in as well.
Hello.
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 Robert, help.
Robert, help.
Yeah, acquired in a business deal. It's a form of payment.
Alright. Well, very nice. I'd like to see it work in action at some point, maybe.
Maybe.
Meanwhile, Yemen is just handing you guys
I put my
random
sleeve down.
tools, and he just
Well,
gives you this 3-foot
You have
pickaxe.
less
Like-
work to do. Thank
I
you for
just-
showing me.
You're supposed to hold it.
Are you qualified for the task at hand?
What do you
Will
think?
this better suit you? And he hands you a little tiny trowel.
All right, what is it that she even wants us doing with all this?
You will know it when you see it. Mostly, we just need through that door right there.
And what we talking, like door?
So the door itself is quite large. It's double doors, like keep doors, like probably 15 feet across, but they've been obscured and covered in rubble.
Okay, well, in the meantime, I'm gonna make my way over to the door while I don't know where he is, but I'm gonna say like I pass Pierre on my way to the door, and I'm going to take out my alms box, and in it is like rations and like some other just like medical equipment, stuff like that. And I'm gonna take out what is probably a very old and cold ration, but nonetheless, I'm going to hand it up to this large man, kind of just.
So grab
Don't
it.
need your strength.
I'll take it, I guess, and start to eat it. It's like, ugh, it's gross. Cold and probably fucking squished.
It faintly tastes like berries.
It was a berry once.
It was food.
It all stale granola bar.
It's like touching foreheads with someone who once tasted berries.
They put berries next to it. Like,
wafting the scent of berries at it.
I see him like kind of just like
chewing
this,
at it.
and I just kind of like, yes, there's no shortage of fine dining in Farnard, and I'm just gonna kind of make my way towards the door, and
take a ration out of your inventory.
Yeah. I'll figure that out in a second. In the meantime, I'll be here all day. I'm gonna make my way towards the door. I'm gonna drop the little whatever he gave me, like trowel, and
it's some ways ahead. It's a good like.
Okay, well, I'll just keep making my way towards.
It's a good 100 yards.
Oh, and I'm
like. You all go there together.
Everyone's walking past.
Casual pace.
I was waiting for it. I'm just gonna stay quiet and let you know.
Let him continue to make walking noises.
So, you all make your way there, and Yemen points out to the structure. This turret of the keep has fallen down in front, as you can see. We need to get through. Any ideas?
Well, I may have a solution, but real quick, canonically, mana, that is a thing in... How would like a magic user refer to like their threshold of how much magic they can use?
Spell slots, but like...
Like they would
Spell
refer to
levels.
it as spell slots, like canonically?
No, they just say again?
Like there's the sphere of like magic.
Mostly just your energy.
Okay, alright, cool.
Like you expend energy. Yeah.
Well, hold on. I could cast spiritual weapon, but my energy is low as it is. So if anyone has any alternatives, I'd love to hear it.
Impressive.
Yemen.
It's actually quite a simple spell, but I'm glad you think so.
Yemen.
I should kind of cast this.
How thick is this turret in front of the door?
Well, our last estimates say that this area, and he steps his foot to the foot of the rubble, was about 10 feet from the door, and it is caved in at a triangular shape. So I'd say 10 feet at the most, 3 feet at the least. We just need to be able to get in. We can worry about clearing the way for larger carts and such later on.
Professor, let me know if you agree with this, but if we carve a small path into the doorway, just enough for us to squeeze on through and get the door open, should work, yes?
He says this, and I kind of like hear him, and I'm just like, all right, let's just do that, brute force our way through it, pick up the pickaxe that he dropped, and just kind of go and start swinging.
Okay.
I guess it doesn't matter what I think.
As long as we get through.
That's good work.
You climb up onto the rubble and just start digging. And are you all just doing it the old-fashioned way, or?
Can I look for like the thinnest area?
It's like a
Where it would be?
slide.
Okay.
So like It's covered, is
Okay.
the best way to put it.
While they're digging, I'm still by the professor. I'm gonna kind of just, like, put a hand on her shoulder and be like, Professor.
Yes?
You still need to tell me what you guys found down here. I need to know before they do.
Over this way. Yevon?
Don't do anything wrong.
Please. Come.
What's considered wrong? Sorry, what's considered wrong?
What is wrong?
And he just
Die.
ignores what you said.
Just don't die.
Yes, that would be inconvenient. Yes, Professor.
Would you like to do the explaining of what we found?
Difficult wonder if I
or-
blew this up.
Well, Captain,
Can we
it seems
find a way
that
to just
the original estimates were correct.
A little bit easier.
It's a crypt, but
Looks pretty
not
solid, though.
for a body.
Take some time.
What do you mean, not for a body?
We don't know exactly, but
It's hard to tell.
the runes that we've been reading, the dwarvish inscriptions, they do not speak of any kind of seal. They do not speak of any kind of body or person. Usually you'll see statues erected of the person in Rubian tradition, but we have not found any of that. In fact, we have found a strict absence of it, which is odd. We have not exactly been able to decipher what the purpose of this keep was, but given the architecture, it was extremely important. Hence why we are so hasty to get inside. And you guys are just working away as you go, as this is happening. Hence why we are so hasty to get inside. And, well, we have found something.
And what would that be?
Something disturbing that may be best concealed.
Concealed from who?
I am an archaeologist, as is Professor Lavalin. We
Loveland.
Lovelin. I've like 3 different pronunciations. Lovelin. Cool. As is Professor Lovelin. It is not for us to say. We are strictly, professionally, atheistic. However, given the state of the nation, your nation, my nation, we may want to ensure that this is brought to the proper authority before it is made public.
Yes.
Speak plainly. Remember, I am a soldier. My job...
There is religious symbology that is incompatible with Rubian beliefs.
With the church, you mean?
Yes. And they garner significant review. It would not be dismissed out of hand. Maybe officially, but I can say that the Capital Combine certainly is not the only interested party were word of this discovery to get out.
That's why we have to be so quiet about this.
Keep especially quiet about it around the young man with those fanatical zealots that they've aligned themselves with.
Yes, and why do you think I attempted to kill him the second that I saw him?
Trust me, I understand. Keep him be for now. He's useful labor.
Did you see Inquisitors on the battlefield? History check.
Good thinking, Eamon.
I do have a question. While we're working at it,
Nat 1.
what tools, like, what D&D tool set would be more useful for helping
Mason.
with this? Mason?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so...
Well, I would not be surprised if the Synod took an interest. I think you'll find that it is frightfully affirmative to their beliefs. But we don't know for sure. We still have chambers yet to uncover.
There's plenty else we can possibly find.
Just what we need.
How many soldiers remain?
Rock only knows. Last I checked, I was the last one left to command. Saw some figures wandering on the battlefield, but I doubt they survived the blizzard.
Figures like...
Probably a soldier, if I had to wager.
Combine soldiers.
I couldn't tell you. About a mile out in the middle of the battlefield.
Did anyone see you all come down here at all? Was anyone following you, or...?
Save our little petty officer stowaway, I don't think anyone else was alive. We made sure to deal with the prisoners when the fort was lost.
Well, I would suggest that if it is true, and the garrison has fallen completely, not doubting your report, I'm being quite serious, you inspire confidence in these few fighters we have. This secret must be protected until it is in safer hands. And it will be a secret.
Unfortunately, I agree with you. If what you've told me is true.
And you notice that as he talks about serious matters, and he actually has a subject in mind, he
locks it.
Yeah, he really does. And it's like a different person speaking.
Kind of, as he's saying, as Haroon's like kind of thinking about it, just kind of like cracks his knuckles, and he's like, I'll do what I can to get them on our side. Be ready if things come to it.
Especially with the young one.
Especially. Is it possible to get whatever it is that's in there out?
We don't know yet. We don't know what is in there, but the inscriptions, they point in a very specific direction. You will see. I do not know if you are a man of faith, but once upon a time, I was. And I can say that if the me that existed then were reading such inscriptions, I would be brought to my knees.
Alright. Keep this close. Don't let any of them hear about it.
Obviously.
Of course. And as that discussion arcs onto that final statement, you hear and who's on top, I assume it's Pierre. You actually have to like hop off as the door kind of like bends inward, and the rocks kind of give way to about a 7-foot gap, and everyone turns to look at Pierre.
What happened?
Guess we broke through.
And you get the first look inside. And the professor, Yemen, they immediately make their way over with the captain, and all of you drop your tools.
What am I seeing?
So, you see a chamber, almost like a banquet hall, but the table in the center has no seats, no chairs, no cloth, nothing but a diorama of some kind leading along the horizontal axis. And as you walk in, it smells dusty. You can't see, it's completely dark, but you can see with the light coming in from the chamber that there is something on the table, and you can't see exactly. It's like dim near the door and then complete blackness.
I guess I'll pull out a torch. If I would have one. I think I would.
Okay. And as you light it up, you hear from outside the door, the light shines out, and Yemen says, "No torches! You might burn something! The smoke is damaging to artifacts! Clean light!"
Hearing this, I go forward, and I actually have a spell just called Light, that if I make contact with an object that is bigger than 10 feet in any dimension, it radiates a glow for 20 feet and then a dimmer light for an additional 20.
It's no bigger than 10 feet.
No, but I was about to say,
the
entire keep, the entire mountain,
I was about to say,
the world!
The only reason I knew that is I used that all last campaign.
Okay.
Guillaume makes a new son.
Okay.
Much smaller.
Brown dwarf. Are there any like? Okay, tell you what. I grab like a reasonable sized rock from like the pile that.
You grab a
Pierre
stone
just-
and you light it.
Yeah, and I just
Grab his head and light it.
and it just emanates like a green glow, or
Okay.
a yellow glow.
What's the marching order? Who's going in?
I was gonna
I'm
say
in front there.
Yeah, front.
I would imagine the people at the rubble would probably be taking up the
So
front.
probably
I'm gonna go behind him.
Okay.
Probably.
So Guillaume next or you next? You next?
Mm-hmm.
All right, and then Guillaume.
Quincy might like end up pushing through to the front.
Yep. You guys are a good
Go
like
see.
30 feet away, so they've got some time in there before you get there.
Yeah.
Dare you?
So
New light.
this light emanates in this soft white, blue-toned glow, and it spires out in these shafts. And what you see is, like I described, the table in the center, or not really a table, it's more like a protrusion of the floor. About 3 feet high, like table
Looks
size.
like an altar.
Kind of, but it's long. This room is enormous. And so what you see at the head of the chamber is this kind of, it looks like a map, is the best way to put it. Like a stained glass window without the glass, but in stone. And carved all around it are these spiraling rings of dwarvish runes. An ancient inspiration of the Rubian dialect. Who knows dwarvish? All right.
Hold on.
This is a very old rendition, so I'm gonna say like language. You have, I'm gonna say unworkable, so -4 to linguistics rolls.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you read it? Did we determine that?
Languages that I have: Common, Dwarvish, Elvish, Giant, Rubian.
Okay, we didn't do. I'm sorry, we didn't do any
my
of your
languages,
specific.
I was gonna say we
but,
I didn't do
um,
any of yours except.
We said that I would be pretty proficient in any one that I dealt business with. Would I have
Okay.
dealt business with dwarves?
The new dwarvish.
Okay.
This is an old
Then I
adulteration.
only know newer dwarvish.
You know what? Just for simplicity's sake, we'll say that Rubian is the new dwarvish,
Okay.
and then dwarvish is the ancient dialect.
All right.
Okay.
Well, I have workable with dwarvish.
You do?
Yes.
Okay.
We're looking at reading, correct?
And this is an old form of it as well, like even older than you know, like than you've read. So all of you, I'm going to say, have a -4, an unworkable.
What about Professor over here?
She's not there yet.
So
So all of us -4 unworkable?
Yes.
Do we roll a check for it or something?
Well, do you know dwarvish?
Where's that?
I know new dwarvish.
Okay, well, -4 unworkable.
I'm like scholarly.
Oh.
I'm scholarly in the reading for
Okay.
dwarvish.
Well, you guys all are like bicker back and forth about what it means. You get the word. You recognize the symbol for roke. You recognize a symbol meaning table, and you recognize a symbol meaning faith.
Clearly, it
1 second.
discusses something of Roke, possibly the Church of Roke.
Something religious?
Keep bickering back and forth.
Most
Something
likely.
religious that
What
says
word are you
faith?
getting?
I'm getting faith.
Faith. Okay.
Table.
Okay.
Well, that's real helpful.
I'm getting maybe something about possibly mountains.
Romy.
This is
Some
useless.
dwarven text.
Like running on.
This is from even before your time, old man.
What are they in there?
As a matter of fact, it is. Keep reading.
Bring people down here.
Just keep going.
Are we getting anything else at all?
Just keep going. Just make up words.
Do we get there at this point?
Not yet.
Bickering?
Give me a
Don't
second.
trip
I'm
over
writing
yourself.
something.
Okay. Call him.
Seal them in there.
Call them. Let me.
We'll die. We can go in there.
That's cathedral.
I don't.
Cathedral. Okay. Who taught you how to? It's fine. All right.
It clearly
I
says
mostly
comb.
speak it.
Comb.
I mostly speak it. I can barely read this. Especially it being this old.
Clearly, no. Look. Okay. No. See that inscription right there. That clearly suggests cathedral, not comb. Not.
I'm really.
I see
thinking.
columns.
I'm trying to incorporate what they're saying as well.
Okay.
We're just all completely wrong.
See this. This text a few lines down. No. Okay. So.
Okay.
That completely undermines everything else we said. Okay. So it's comb.
What did it say?
No, it was never comb. Okay, so we're working with Roke.
Roke.
This is why I never cared for archaeology. All this is
Faith.
Bogus.
We can assume those two are right.
Yes, we're all on the same page that it revolves around Faith and Roke.
You know what? Maybe I do like him.
Are you going to be any help? Are you going to try to help us? Or are you just looking around?
What are we
She doesn't
Don't talk to her yet.
I don't think she's reading.
Give me a second. She's off on her own. You guys have. She has amnesia. You don't know shit.
She's just wandering around.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Give me a second.
Didn't prep this during the break?
I did not.
He didn't prep this ever. Yes. Brilliant idea, Silas. Ask the woman with dementia whether or not she knows how to read this.
She knows how to speak, so maybe she can read something. I don't know.
Not getting anything. River.
This one there.
Wait. No, that doesn't say yes.
No.
No,
That marking doesn't.
No, not that one, but the one over from it. That one says river.
You're not even pointing at the same one. No.
No. He's pointing at the wrong one. The one right next to it says river.
Roke, mountain, river, cone.
No. That.
Only one of those was right.
Mirror? No, that. First of all, that translates to a one-syllable word.
So, after not looking at butterflies anymore, Celestia just walks up and is curious about what you guys are talking about.
So, exactly what's going on?
This. We can't figure out what it's saying.
So.
Can I look?
Sure.
She looks at it and just takes a second.
Oh, okay. Within the intent of the faithful is the fate of rock. The day will come, the truly faithful must comb the land, the new Rubia, and root out the faithless, and hatchling stirs with the eagle's death.
What in the nine?
So it did say fucking comb.
So, all right. Well, there we go. Anything else?
I think you need to write that down.
No need. I think I know what speaking of.
Yes, I think we all know. And
know
we
it.
have now arrived.
Did we just hear her read this out?
Yes.
Okay.
Young lady, where did you acquire such linguistic skills?
I don't know. I just knew what it said. I just said it.
How did
That
you just
translation
know?
took me weeks.
Well, I really don't know. I would tell you if I did, but it just came naturally.
It's not her fault she's smarter than you.
Even though she's
Indeed.
dropped in her head.
Best not look a gift horse in the mouth. We
This
have our
is-
translation.
Religion check.
From
All of you
all of us?
except you. And you. Not for you either.
Me?
Just you 4.
Just regular, no advantage.
Wait, who?
Yeah.
Wait, who specifically?
19.
1, 2,
17.
3, 4.
Alright.
The guys.
17.
The guys.
She knows.
Hold.
19.
19.
17.
15.
18.
You are all aware of what this says, and I'll read it again, just for clarity's sake, and if you want to write it
Hold.
down.
I'm taking a voice memo so I don't forget it.
Nice.
I can't keep up with you.
It's not like we're recording this, you know.
No, exactly.
I want to have it on my phone. Shut up. Now go.
Within the intent of the faithful is the fate of Roke. The day will come when the truly faithful must comb the land, the new Rubia, and root out the faithless as the hatchling stirs with the eagle's death. This talks about the death of the Rubian god, Roke, and the coming of the next one. It's considered a fanatical belief by many of you. It's been championed by several, how shall I say, excessive factions throughout Rubian history, dismissed as crackpot ideas. And now there's a 3,000-year-old tomb giving them credence.
That's the belief of the NRO, right?
The NRO, so to your knowledge, has aligned themselves with the transformed Synod of Roke, now the Synod of Zephyr. That's all you really understand. You know that they believe Roke has died, and the NRO is aligned with them.
So who cares what some old rock says?
I think you'll find a great many care what old rocks say very soon.
If this is to have any validity, it suggests of writings that were in the Ashen Feather, talking of the death of Roke and the rebirth of what can be described as either a reincarnation or his spawn, Zephyr.
You have read the Knell of Roke.
I was once a follower, lapsed now, but the writings, specifically of this section of the Ashen Feather, I'm well versed in. Never took it for anything to be taken seriously, though. But if there are entire temples and mausoleums built to the ideas, then that is concerning.
And he takes to the diorama in the center, which I did not describe. That was up on the wall.
Okay.
And he looks at this diorama, and what it is, it's think of it like those runic storytelling things that Egyptians would say. And it begins
hieroglyphics?
Yeah, well, not hieroglyphics, more like paintings.
Okay.
Depicting events.
So
it begins with the eagle flying high, the blue eagle, who you recognize to be Roke, as he is depicted in many different, many different drawings, and even in the Ashen Feather itself, which is the Rubian Bible. And then as you progress from left to right, the eagle catches the sun in its wing, and then it falls to the ground. It's not specifically just the ground, but to a city, destroying it. And within the eagle, or it's rubbed out, it's not entirely certain, but from the eagle or from an egg, it's symbolic, emerges a fiery, phoenix-like bird. And they make note to put the sun on, what would it be if it's coming from the east? Or it's from, is that from west or east? I forget.
Rises in the east, sets in the west.
Hold on. West wind, yes.
Good job, Boy Scout.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The sun is on the side that would correlate with the west. I don't remember which. But suggesting that this eagle is coming from the west somehow. And in many cases, the Synod of Zephyr has been called the Western Force. And this cleansing light emits from the phoenix. And then you see black silhouettes of people cowering before it. And then at the end of the story, there is only a ruinous city, and then a chapel built in the very center of it, suggesting a new beginning upon the ashes. It's disconcerting. You don't need anyone to tell you what it means.
More fanatical diagrams. Great.
What? Pierre. I need you to try to remember. Were there forces joining alongside the NRO on the attack to Farnard? They would have wore different markings, different colors from you.
They would have been all women.
Would I know this?
History check. Advantage.
I was there. That is a 17.
Yes, you remember them. They wore this
silver with the silver armor with this like teal tint to it.
They wore silvery armor with teal, and yes, they were there.
You've never seen them before, but you've heard tell of Inquisitors.
Would I
of
also-
the Synod of Zephyr.
Who are
Would
they?
I also know
Yes.
this?
You have seen them before.
Do I know like what they are? Or did I just like know that they were there?
You saw them in your camp,
No, couldn't give less of a shit, could I?
and they looked very different, so they stuck in your mind. And they were some of the few women on the battlefield.
Fucking Inquisitors.
Warrior nuns.
Heretics. Those who wish to disrupt what's left of our nation.
They'd
for
say
their
the
own
same
self-righteous
about
gain.
you.
And now this to give credence to their already batshit beliefs.
Regardless, if any survive the avalanche, we know where they'll be good. Wait. The soldier out in the snow before the blizzard came.
History check. Disadvantage.
I thought you said they were nothing.
That's a 6.
You remember an especially bright glisten from their armor.
I can't know for sure. But given how the light reflected off their armor, could have very well been one of those Inquisitors.
What is that? And he points to the bottom of the inscription. And there is a wall. He grabs your stone, like, with like permission basically, and like runs to the wall. Professor!
Yes.
And
Go over there.
there is a small hole where like you don't know how he saw this. He has good eyes, but there's a small like hole chipped in the wall, and he immediately like shines the stone and puts his eye.
What do you see?
We need to get through here.
Okay.
Carefully.
Yes.
We cannot collapse the wall, but do any of you have some specialized doodad or something? I don't know.
I think I may be able to get it through.
We knew that there'd be new chambers. That's why we needed the supplies. It must have been loosed in the avalanche.
Be careful.
Like a door?
Yes.
Or like
A wall.
As much as I'd like to
It's
just blow through the
so
wall, I
it's
know
literally
whatever.
a stone wall.
I pull my bag off.
Where like a few of the cobbles inside of it fell out,
Do you
probably during the battle.
think I can look at it?
Okay.
Hold on.
No.
No. No.
No,
I'm
you
not
can't
allowed
look
to.
at it.
I can't look at all.
Dude, is that an Ahir reference?
Yeah.
the here reference?
Hold on.
Vias would
Can
win.
you see?
No, you're not.
Hold on, sorry, let me
The
just
spirit
look
of Nahir.
exactly.
The stars.
Because
So
I haven't.
real quick, as you're figuring this out,
shifting
I'm shifting it.
what's his name? Yemen. He darts away like very quickly, and he like comes to you and says, "Watch them. I'm going to go get the camera." He runs, like literally sprinting, like back to the camp.
Come on, white boy, run.
Because I have an eye for detail.
Okay.
So I can
Yeah.
like, so if there's, it's like a bonus action for like a perception check to see like any hidden creature or object, to like, or to make like an investigation check to uncover or decipher clues. Yeah. Look, eye for detail. Yeah.
Use it.
All right. Do you want me to do a persuasion? Not persuasion. Oh, sorry.
Persuade the wall.
Investigation.
Investigation. All right.
Open sesame.
Investigation.
I beg you. Let me get it.
Just smacking the
A
wall.
lot of
Please,
masonry
please, please.
abilities this session.
So I have masonry
absolutely
tools.
Something we didn't remotely touch in the last campaign.
That sucks. 14.
14.
Yeah.
You don't notice anything like more than anyone else does. It's a wall. It's fragile, and you want to get through to the other side without collapsing it.
Okay.
So Silas is gonna put his bag down and rummage through it and pull out his masonry tools.
Okay.
And I'm gonna take a hammer and start tapping it like sections to see what would give too easily to collapse the wall or anything.
Okay. So what would that be?
It's just I think it's just a D20 plus
proficiency.
Okay, do that.
Because he's proficient in them.
Hey guys, I'm kind of the tool guy.
No, yeah.
That's a 13.
13?
Tool guy or a tool?
All right, you're able to like
The tool
uncover a little bit more around the stones, but like you're very careful as you tap one of them out. Kit, your character flinches as there's dust that like vibrates off of the wall.
She's writing in her book right now. Just be very careful.
Yes, yes.
Please.
Do we have anything we can use to brace it?
Back over by the camp we do. But,
That's part of the reason you were ordering stuff, because you knew how fragile this wall was.
so would we not have anything left then, probably?
Not of this size.
Okay.
What are we talking here?
What do you
like to brace the wall,
The
like
doorway. I'd like to kind of make a doorway so that it doesn't collapse when I knock the stones out.
Like, you know how in
yeah,
like mines and stuff they have the things that just go up and hold everything down.
So we do, but not enough, and especially not for this. This is too big of a door to...
Then my next question, how bad would it be if we collapsed the door?
Very bad. Please don't.
The hard hat on.
This is gonna take a while.
He finally does
It can take as long as it needs to.
Yemen returns with the camera. This large, like film reel camera that feeds in. It has a Rubian logo on the side, and it's very steampunky. It's not like it's like a 1920s camera. Yeah. You have to literally
Crank
coil it.
camera?
Yes.
Yeah.
Straight up cranking that.
So he returns. Says, any progress?
Cranking that hog.
A little bit.
Little dust.
I'm gonna keep hitting it, like trying to find little spots I can knock out as much as I can.
Keep rolling.
5.
5?
Is there any way I can like kind of give like assistance on like from prior knowledge on like where would okay.
No, the wall is so unstable.
I have an idea. I already rolled that one. But
You knock out another stone, and you didn't expect it to come out, and it just.
Can I cast mending on the section of, like a section of the wall around where I'm hitting?
Sure.
Okay, so I'm gonna like, how he would do this is.
It's like a Lego builder.
He takes out like these little vials from his jacket, and it's kind of like a liquid, and I'm like spreading it across like a doorway-ish shape.
Okay.
It's just actually putting spackling on there.
Yeah, it's basically, that's exactly it.
Okay, and Yemen goes, oh, wonderful. And then he takes the camera, puts it up on his shoulders, and begins rolling. Get us through.
Okay. I'm gonna tap it just to check to see if it's a little bit more sturdy in the spots I covered up.
Okay.
Nothing giveaway.
You got it.
Oh yeah.
Roll with advantage.
With advantage?
Yes.
Okay, that's a 16. And that's a 4, so 16.
16?
Yep.
All right. You are able to tap, and as you destabilize the stones within the area that you've isolated, the rest of the wall seems unhindered.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep going, trying to knock some out.
Okay. Well, you don't have to. You're able to work freely now.
Oh, okay. I'm just able to work freely now. Okay, cool.
Dispense with the tedium. And finally, you do one more ting, and it just the doorway. And Yemen advances in. And
thank you.
He goes first, and he gestures you to go ahead with the light.
As much as this seems like a waste of time.
And you enter another chamber.
Yes, thank you.
At the head of the room is a kind of throne. but not meant for sitting in. More like a container.
For shitting in?
Of some kind. You not?
Sorry.
Cease this.
There is a cracked stone tablet serving as a lid to the container. It's very small. It's a very small room. And Yemen immediately advances to the front, from down the middle, recording this. It's like a cathedral, but like a mausoleum is the better way to put it. And all of you enter. Who is going up first? Okay.
I'm gonna follow.
Silas is following right behind her. I open the door. Fuck.
You're all kind of arriving there at the same time, but Kit is leading the way.
I'm just gonna say I'm gonna follow close behind, just because with what we just learned, I'm already gonna be like, all right, now we're getting into some heavy shit.
So, upon the container, like at the head of the room, there is a cracked stone tablet serving as a lid. Note that it is cracked. It's unsealed, whatever is inside. But upon this tablet, split in half, is an inscription in ancient Dwarvish. So, Professor, you try your hand, and this is what you are able to decipher. Check your chamber.
Fair.
Understandable.
She'll probably like go over and just kind of almost touch it to like brush a little bit, reading it. The word of my words, the final Neil.
Nell.
Nell.
Who's Neil? Some professor.
Bringing out the totality, complete of my legacy.
And that doesn't mean a whole lot to you, but beneath, in the tablet, is another smaller inscription, which most of you would understand. In Dwarvish script, it reads KDR. And you know those initials all too well. The Rubian prophet, Chrysender. And under the cracked stone, you see a well-preserved, but desiccated, journal within. So, who's looking at the tablet?
I was gonna say.
I can look.
Definitely you.
Yeah.
You. Okay, so just you recognize.
Well,
so,
I was gonna say I'm also
okay.
right there too.
You can't read the script, but
Yeah.
you know those initials, but you don't know the.
Yeah.
In this language.
Yeah.
It'd be like looking at like the Russian KDR.
Yeah.
So. Your reaction.
What is it, Professor?
Well, it, I believe it might be a journal of,
Notes.
Thinking.
a journal of, Chrysender. If you are aware.
I know who the prophet is.
This would be like saying like Peter or Mohammed.
Yeah. I'm well aware of who the prophet is. You're saying that's his journal right there.
I could take an educated guess. Yes.
You're certain.
Get your hands on that before any of this lot come over here.
And then
I'm already
as
over here. I hand it to
as
her.
they're talking about this, Cade,
Wait, is it open?
Guillaume, you
Is it?
have
I thought it was
strayed.
closed in there
Looking at it.
still.
Oh.
You have strayed from the group slightly with this bright stone and are holding it up, and you are stricken by a statue that was obscured by the darkness above. A woman in sterling silver armor
identical to Synod Inquisitors. How could they have built this 3,000 years ago?
Do we all see this now? When he raises the light up?
You guys are focusing on the journal.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait, is this like going off it? Like, is this statue?
It's like 30 feet tall.
But like, in terms of like the quality of it, is it like ancient? Is it recent?
It's definitely ancient, but recognizable to be what it is.
Right. Professor, come look at this.
Yemen.
That is an Inquisitor.
Yes.
Professor.
From a statue that most certainly predates them.
By lot. And do you take the journal?
Yep, she would know.
So it is light in your hands, far lighter than you expected. But the pages turn with ease. And you all see the journal. Any inquirers?
Keep them away. While I look at this.
As you read, you don't read the whole thing nearly, but you quickly recognize that these are musings of the prophet, actually written by his hand. And toward the middle, as you flip, begins a familiar chapter to you. The Knell of Roke, the final book of the Ashen Feather. The original edition. It differs immensely from the story you've all read. It would cause outrage in the Synod. They would be completely affirmed in what they have foretold. And even further upheaval would come in the rest of the country. They would feel under threat immediately. And certainly whatever faction holds such an incredible and expensive artifact would secure a greater claim of dominion over the Rubian identity. What to do with such an item? Of course, only you understand this at the moment. But eyes are drawn. Professor, what is it? I can't see. Let me in with the camera.
We're keeping secrets.
And he puts down the camera and starts to take the film out. Thank you for your help.
You've all been a pleasure.
And it is what?
I think we were promised payment as well.
Well, once the shipping comes.
That you didn't say that at the beginning.
Kind of guiding over across the room, I see the tablet with the KDR on it and recognizing what that means. Professor, what exactly did you find here?
Just a very old journal. It has some ramblings in it.
Ramblings.
Would I have noticed, like, the closing?
Oh, yeah.
Like, while he's trying
It was
to film?
loud.
Yeah.
Yemen was going in with the camera.
Ramblings from one of the most prolific writers of the Ashen Feather.
It means nothing.
Yemen, after taking the film out of
sure
the
there's
camera,
more.
has it tucked under his arm and runs over to you and just... And takes the film. Professor, we're leaving. And stalks out the door.
I'm gonna stop him
Cover
before
that
he
door.
leave.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just kind of like grab him by the end of his shirt.
Let go.
Answers.
Unhand my assistant. Now.
I believe we are entitled to answers.
Let go!
We don't need
Are
to
you
resort
pointing
to
it at him?
violence.
Yep.
I'm drawing my sword. I'm just putting it right near your. I go. I'd drop that if I were you.
Well,
Let the man go. He's a poor fool of an academic. Let him leave.
And this is why we want to bring people down here.
I have him by the back of his shirt, not
Do
the
you
front.
want to see
okay.
the thing
Yeah.
fire twice?
And he's like,
This one's a lot more deadly.
come around.
You
All of
would
you,
destroy
let's
one.
go.
You don't understand what you're
You
dealing
drop
with.
yours, I drop mine.
Young man, let me go.
Professor, if
Do you
you
not
do
change?
not reveal to us what you just found, this is going to get awfully messy.
Do you not change?
Unchanged.
He did.
You would come to blows in one of the greatest archaeological finds of the past 1,000 years because of your ill-foreseen curiosity. You can't think of the bigger picture at hand here.
You think I can't see whispers?
I think you're an ignorant child, still suckling at your mother's tit while I was still fighting
Speak
wars.
nothing of my mother.
Or what, boy?
And I just rip him down before he can do anything. Immediately hits the fucking floor.
And he looks up at you and...
Can I cast a spell?
A fool's errand, I just kick him in the head.
Okay. Ugh. And he's actually knocked out.
Is it, can I cast a spell?
Yeah.
Because I would like to hold person either before that happens or I guess if I have to wait after.
After.
Okay.
Yeah. He knocks out Yemen, and he still has the film in his grasp. And then cast hold person. What is the check for that?
Oh, a wisdom save.
Wisdom save?
Yeah, same.
It's 13.
That's a nat one.
That one?
Yeah.
All right, so you arrest him immediately.
Stop! There is no reason to be fighting. Also, looking at my assistant, really? Really? You two, stop as well. Put everything down. Please?
Like I said, you drop yours, I drop mine. And then we're gonna sheave him.
What we found, as Yemen has said,
Are you trying to get out?
I mean, I'm just kind of stuck. I don't think there's a save after it. I'm just stuck in
at
there.
the end of each of the turns, you make another wisdom save.
Okay.
I'd say it's been since 6 seconds.
Yeah. So you could probably get out of it.
7.
Okay.
No.
You can see him as you're talking. He's just,
My wisdom is
Keep that in mind. This needs to go to a bigger people than us, than all of you. This needs to go to the right hands. There's vital information in it that will probably have a very profound effect on your all conflicts.
So we need to get it to the university so it can actually be studied before it falls into the hands of people who would use it.
Yes. It needs to go to the university and not be talked about more. And I don't mean to be keeping, well, I do mean to be keeping information from you, but it's also more important than...
Did you break it?
That one's a 15.
What's it get?
Oh, yeah, that
breaks.
15.
That breaks.
That breaks,
15.
yeah.
15. And as you're trying to just calm everyone down, like, and you can all see that she is shaking, like her hands. Suddenly, you're able to break out
And just like kind of like almost like fall, but catch myself as I've kind of been like, stuck in this position for
A second.
a little bit now.
So what are you doing?
Enough secrets.
I think we should trust her.
I have no reason to lie to you.
If the person who read it and understands it better than half of us in this room probably would, says it's dangerous. It's dangerous and it needs to be taken somewhere where it can be preserved and studied instead of being used as a rallying cry by whatever faction wants to use it.
And now Yemen is like,
Should probably go over to him.
and immediately wakes up to you, and
immediately starts getting up.
I'm gonna rush over to Yemen and kind of like hold off Pierre, and like examining him, like, is there like wounds, cuts? So.
He's got one, like, he doesn't have an open wound.
Okay. Big old welt in his head.
He got kicked so hard in the side of the head that he got knocked out, though.
I just felt like...
I'm guessing I can hear him getting up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of look down at him and say, pull that again and your head will be gone.
Stop. It's nothing more than a goose egg. You'll be fine.
He still starts, let me go.
Are you alright?
I'm fine. Let's get out of here.
Mm-hmm.
And then he begins to step out of the doorway that you've made, and you all follow him. And he comes to the entrance of the keep. Quickly. He seems uninterested in anything but this film, and what you're carrying, of course. Are you near him? Are you...
You should probably move near him, yeah.
Okay. And he is leading the way, and then stops in his tracks. And you all feel what has forced him to arrest himself. You hear a large boom from the entrance that you had came through earlier. And then soon after, the chilling winds, and in the light by the scaffold, the snow of the outside blizzard. And that's where we're gonna leave off.
Oh, okay.
So, thank you for watching this oh so very special and premiere episode of the Rubian Strife.
I'm gonna throw up.
Oh.
This is too much for my old heart.
My old heart. Well, bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.